आशीष मांगे, गाहे तव जय गाथा। जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, we are discussing a very, very important and challenging topic. And as we know that throughout the world, the current water prices may not be reflecting the true value of the water. And the relatively low cost of water, it can make its value easy to overlook. But with population growth, with increased demand, and with this climate change, this will actually continue to stress our world's limited water supply, making the financial value of water to business operations impossible to ignore in the long term. And fortunately, there are some very, very efficient and effective water management technologies on digital platforms with real-time monitoring and analysis, wherein we can actually meet some of the strategies for water in terms of the conservation and management. So in order to understand the nuances that how water conservation and management can be done using new age technologies, which is the need of the hour, PhD Chamber of Commerce Industry has curated this very important water conclave, wherein we'll be deliberating on some of the important facets of using new age technologies to surmount some of the challenges that our mankind is facing. So without any further ado, I'll request Shri Varun Gupta ji, the Chair of Water Resources and Solid Waste Management Committee and Director Kent RO Systems Limited, to kindly start the session by giving his industry perspective. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Jitendra ji. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is my pleasure to address you today and welcome you to this PhD Chamber International Water Conclave 2023. As we all know, water is one of the most important resources we have on our planet. Without it, the life as we know would not exist. Unfortunately, our population grows and our climate changes, and our water resources are becoming increasingly scarce. It is therefore imperative that we find ways to manage and conserve water in a more efficient way. Water is the cornerstone of economic development and sustainable development and economic growth. However, over the years, the world and our country has witnessed severe shortage of water, which has led to devastating impact on our environment and human lives. With our rapidly growing population, decreasing urbanization, changing climatic conditions, the country has been on an edge of severe water crisis. Thankfully, the government of India has done remarkable achievements in the field of water management and conservation. It is my honor to acknowledge the tireless efforts of our government and our leaders in addressing one of the most pressing issues of our times. One of the most significant initiatives launched by our honorable government is the Jal Jeevan Mission. The mission aims to provide piped water supply across all households in rural India. And the target to do that is by 2024. This way, every household in rural India will have access to safe and potable, or let's say, drinking water. This initiative has already benefited millions of people living in our rural households in the country, and its impact will only grow with time to come. Another important project taken by the Indian government is the Namami Gange project. The project aims to clean and rejuvenate our holy river Ganges. The initiative so far has had a resounding success, with significant progress being made in reduction of pollution levels in our holy river. The project has also created an employment opportunity for thousands of people and has helped boost local economy along the banks of river Ganges. uh, the effort of our government is not only been commendable in the country, but it has also set example across the world. And we now know that the country has shown that with right initiatives and right policies, it is easy to overcome challenges which are very significant. Thankfully, we are living in the time of great technological advancements, and there are now many new age technologies which help us to manage and conserve our water resources. If we talk about some of those technologies, I think one of the most promising one is the use of advanced sensors and data analytics. By installing water sensors in our pipelines and water systems, we can monitor water usage in real time. We can identify leaks. We can increase efficiencies or thereby reduce inefficiencies and make more informed decisions about how to allocate our water resources. By analyzing this data, we can even predict future usage and water needs and plan the resources accordingly. Another technology which we all hear about everywhere in the news is artificial intelligence and machine learning. And these great technologies are also being used in water conservation and management. With data, once the sensors are collecting this huge amount of data, this data can be analyzed using AI and machine learning algorithms, which help us predict again the future use, and then we can manage we can allocate the resources accordingly and manage the water requirement of the country. Other than these sensors and data related things, I think we have all read and heard about the new desalination technologies which convert seawater to drinkable water. We have seen great impact, or I would say great progress in reduction of the energy required for the desalination process. So, countries like Singapore, which totally rely on water desalination, most of the Middle East now gets all their drinking water through desalination. So with newer technologies which are more energy efficient, I think there's a great scope in using and implementing these technologies in India. Of course, we all know these technologies are only effective as the people who use them. So it is also essential that we train our people, we train our manpower to use these technologies. If we want to adapt and use these technologies, we would need to have skilled workers who can install, maintain, and operate these systems effectively. Otherwise, these systems will be useless. So in conclusion, there are a lot of new age technologies for water management and conservation, and they hold a tremendous promise for our future. However, to realize the full potential of these technologies, we need to invest in education and training of our workforce, so this knowledge and skills can be used effectively. Last but not the least, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the Indian government for its unwavering commitment towards water management and conservation. The country's both public sector and the industry have not only transformed the lives of millions of people, but also have set a great example for the other countries to follow across the world. I'm very confident that with continued efforts and innovative solutions, India will definitely emerge as a global leader in water management and conservation and create a better future for our generations to come. Thank you once more. And I once again welcome you to this Water Conclave 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Varun Gupta, for your inaugural address and giving the industry perspective. And you rightly said that some of the technologies like sensors and some new age technologies using artificial intelligence and machine learning, definitely they're going to be the boost in order to make more strides for water conservation and management in a very, very effective manner. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to invite Shri Shraman Jha, CEO, Hindustan Unilever Foundation, for his address.
धन्यवाद सर। और वरुण गुप्ता जी ने तो बहुत रेंज ऑफ टॉपिक्स कवर की, जिससे एक पर्सपेक्टिव मिल जाता है कि हम कहाँ जाने वाले हैं। पर आगे बढ़ने के पहले कभी कभी पीछे देखने में काफी सुख है और बहुत जानकारी मिलती है। आइए बिल्कुल शुरू की तरफ चलें और चलें, थोड़ा स्लाइड मूव करते रहिएगा प्लीज, और चलें महाभारत में कुरुक्षेत्र की रणभूमि पर 10वें दिन की लड़ाई थी। सो 10वें दिन की लड़ाई चल रही थी, युद्ध। भीष्म पितामह अब बाण शैया पर हैं। उन्हें पानी की आवश्यकता पड़ी। अर्जुन ने प्रजन्य बाण चलाया और उसी कुरुक्षेत्र के धरती से जल निखर कर आई और इनके मुंह में। पर महाभारत अगर आज होता, जबकि आपका ग्राउंड वाटर लेवल हर वर्ष उत्तर भारत में 1 मीटर से ऊपर गिरते जा रहा है, क्या वह बाण उतना नीचे जाता कि आज उस तरह का जल का स्रोत पाया जाता है कि भीष्म पितामह के मुंह में सीधे जल वापस आता? शायद यह काल्पनिक है, पर यह विचार करने लायक तो जरूर है कि जो चीज महाभारत में लिखी गई शायद वो आज हो भी ना सकती, और होती भी तो किस तरह के उसमें वैज्ञानिक टेक्नोलॉजी की आवश्यकता पड़ती। ये बात हमें एक थॉट प्रोवोकिंग हो जाती है, जिसे हमें सोचना पड़ेगा और आगे बढ़ना पड़ेगा। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। टुडे व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट द बिगेस्ट एनवायरमेंटल कंसर्न, तो ये किसी को बहुत शक नहीं होगा कि आजकल तो वर्ड आता है क्लाइमेट चेंज, ग्लोबल वार्मिंग एंड ऑल दैट। इसका असर क्या होगा? एक छवि देख रहे हैं ऊपर में आप, गेटवे ऑफ इंडिया की। इट इज नॉट अ नेचुरल, इट्स नॉट अ ट्रू पिक्चर, इट इज अ गूगल मैप्स का सिमुलेशन कि अगर ग्लोबल टेम्परेचर एवरेज में 2 डिग्री बढ़ गया अगर, तो ये वाटर लेवल सी का इतना बढ़ सकता है कि इस तरह का हमारा गेटवे ऑफ इंडिया का की अवस्था आ जाएगी। और इस साल की जो आईपीसीसी रिपोर्ट्स है उसमें बिल्कुल स्पष्ट है कि साउथ एशिया, इंडिया, कोस्टल सिटीज लाइक बॉम्बे will be the most critically impacted। पर इन सब क्लाइमेट चेंज से पानी का क्या? The UN is very, very categoric that climate change is primarily a water crisis. There are different forms in which this water crisis can take shape. There can be too much of water with the North Pole and the South Pole, the ice caps melting. There could be wrong water not available in the right time, available in the wrong time. And we saw last year, हमारे खरीफ crops में क्या हुआ? Or there could just be not enough water, more specifically, not enough fresh water। और इंडिया में fresh water का primary source है ground water, भूजल, भू से निकलने वाला जल। So that is the core part which affects us, but climate change and water are not two different things. They are two parts of the same problem, and therefore solving the water problem is very critical for humanity as a whole to solve the climate crisis। सबने पढ़ा होगा 2-4 दिन पहले कि पहली बार इंडिया में वाटर बॉडीज का सेंसस हुआ, and we discovered there are about 2.5 million water bodies and scattered in different parts। बहुत तरह की उसमें अंडरस्टैंडिंग है, एनालिसिस है। इट्स अ वेरी ग्रेट स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट, क्योंकि पता तो चला कि हम किस स्थिति में हैं। और उसके डिटेल्स में जाइए तो यह भी लिखा है कि कितने वाटर बॉडीज एनक्रोच्ड हो चुके हैं, पार्शियली एनक्रोच्ड हैं, काफी हद तक एनक्रोच्ड हैं। और जब तक हम समस्या को समझ नहीं पाएंगे तो हम समस्या के समाधान कहाँ से ढूंढेंगे? तो आप में से इस प्रोफेसर लेडी को कितने लोग पहचानते हैं? शी इज अ 97-year-old लेडी बाय द नेम ऑफ प्रोफेसर मॉलिन फाल्कनमार्क, स्वीडन के रहने वाली है। एंड शी इज कंसिडर्ड टू बी इन हाइड्रोजियोलॉजी और हाइड्रोलॉजी वन ऑफ द मोस्ट foremost thought leaders. इनके बहुत तरह के contributions हैं, she is still alive and she is still active at this age. पर इनका सबसे एक महत्वपूर्ण contribution रहा है separating between blue water, जो हम लोग सब जानते हैं, जहां जो जल है, and green water. Green water is the water जो soil में है, soil moisture में है, plants में है, के अंदर में, but that is the water which is available for life. और ये जानकारी और इसको स्प्लिट करना, हम आगे की जो टेक्नोलॉजीज इवॉल्व कर रहे हैं उसमें बहुत तरह के का प्रयोग इसमें होता है। सो वन ऑफ विच वी विल टॉक अबाउट टुडे इज सिंपली मेजरिंग सॉइल मॉइस्चर। फाइनली सॉइल में जितना पानी है उतना फ्रेश वाटर हमारे नॉर्मल ब्लू वाटर बॉडी में नहीं है। एंड since many of our crops like paddy etc are very water intensive, so just like having too much medicine is also harmful for health, you need to have it only at the right level. Too much of water does more damage than good, not only to the crops but to the soil, to the productivity, and therefore to the lives and economy in totality. So this also goes through a progression. So we have supported as an organization a startup by the name of Cultivate, which has helped take this area forward, and I will just tell you briefly where it stands today. अगर आपको soil moisture मालूम है कि कितना है, तब आप अगर सूख गई है जमीन तो आप उसको मोटर ऑन कर देंगे, पंप से इरिगेट करेंगे। अगर पूरा सैचुरेट हो गया तो उसको आप ऑफ कर देंगे। बट उतना मेहनत कौन करे? तो दिस is now IoT enabled, और मोबाइल सिग्नल के हिसाब से वो ऑटोमेटिकली आपको जज कर लेगा कि आपका उतना सॉइल मॉइस्चर हो गया है। आपके फोन में फार्मर अगर आप हैं, आपके SMS आएगा दैट द सॉइल मॉइस्चर लेवल इज देयर, आप ऑफ कर दें। सिमिलरली जब सॉइल मॉइस्चर गिर जाएगा आपका SMS आएगा कि आप प्लीज मोटर अपना ऑन कर लें। वो बीच वाली स्थिति है जहां पर हम हैं। होपफुली, and this has found lot of support, particularly in Punjab with government, so it will go to more farmers and many more. We will reach the next stage of it कि वो आपको SMS भी नहीं भेजेगा, IoT के माध्यम से वो खुद ऑन भी कर देगा, पंप को ऑफ भी कर देगा। So that is one big step forward. So you use as much as is required, but we do not waste it. So this is one example of this sensor implanted in the green fields. As you see, the green fields consume a lot of water, but जितनी आवश्यकता है उतना ही consume करें और फिर वो automatically वो on करे, off करे. So this is one practical application that we see going forward. The other thing we have encouraged and which we see good results of is the use of GIS and remote sensing. बड़ी बात है. It kind of includes a lot of technology. You can do it at a watershed level. कि आप देख सकते हैं कि ह्यूमन आबादी कहाँ पर है, कहाँ लोग रह रहे हैं, किस क्या टोपोग्राफी है, कहाँ पर पानी है. But by itself this is not enough. Where it has to get blended is with local realities. और पद्मश्री पांडे साहब हैं यहाँ पर, तो he will know this far better than anyone else. जो आप पीछे में देख रहे हैं छवि, ये बुंदेलखंड के 1000 वर्ष पुराने तालाब हैं और ये तालाब को रिवाइव करके यूजिंग हाइड्रोलॉजिकल प्रिंसिपल्स, जिसमें GIS इनपुट से आप वाटर फ्लो देख सकते हैं कि किस तरह से पानी आएगा नहीं आएगा, और बाकी कुछ मॉडिफिकेशन करके ताकि सिल्ट पहले ट्रैप हो जाए, ताकि तो ये 1000 वर्ष पुराने तालाब आज भी वाटर प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व कर रहे हैं और जैसे जैसे रिवाइव होंगे सो इट इज सिर्फ न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं, न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी का मैरिज विथ ओल्ड विजडम, ये दोनों तभी हमारा पूरा इसका इम्पैक्ट आता है एंड दैट बिकम्स अ वेरी सॉलिड स्टोरी फॉर अस टू टॉक अबाउट. ये दूसरी छवि बंगाल के ट्राइबल इलाके की है, जो पुरुलिया बांकुरा, जहाँ की अंडुलेटिंग टेरेन है. तो GIS से जो मैक्रो लेवल का इंफॉर्मेशन मिल जाता है वाटरशेड का, और ये जो विलेज विमेन हैं, ये इसको अपने बिल्कुल माइक्रो लेवल पर उस अपना प्लानिंग करने में कि कहां से पानी का फ्लो होगा, क्योंकि पानी का एक सत्य है कि पानी सिर्फ नीचे ही फ्लो हो सकता है, तो उसको किस तरह से प्रयोग किया जाए एंड देयरफॉर कहां पर किस क्रॉप को का किया जाए, कहां पर कुआं अगर खोदना है तो कहां पर खोदें, 20 मीटर बाएं और दाएं में फर्क पड़ सकता है कि उस कुएं में पानी रहेगा या नहीं रहेगा। इस तरह की जो नॉलेज है, द हाई लेवल नॉलेज फ्रॉम मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी टू प्रैक्टिकल ग्राउंड लेवल इम्प्लीमेंटेशन विजडम, ये दोनों को साथ में लेके चलने में की काफी इम्पैक्ट है, एंड वी आर सीइंग सम वेरी वेरी गुड रिजल्ट्स फ्रॉम दिस व्हिच इज गिविंग अस a lot of motivation. And this is one small last example that I want to share. This is again from a startup by the name of Kritsnam, and it's a universal truth that only what gets measured is what will get monitored. आप उसी पर ध्यान देंगे तो things like फ्लोरोमेट्री, टेलीमेट्री, ये पुरानी चीजें दे आर नॉट ऑल दैट न्यू, बट ये हाई वैल्यू चीजों में यूज होती थी। पेट्रोलियम पाइपलाइंस पानी में यूज करना, इज इट सो वाइज, इज इट टू एक्सपेंसिव? पर स्टार्टअप्स हैव कम आउट नाउ, दे कॉल दिस धारा स्मार्ट, कि अब अलग, दे आर लो कॉस्ट, अगेन टेक्नोलॉजी का प्रयोग हुआ है, आईओटी का हुआ है, आपने सोलर सेल्स है तो आपको कोई तार नहीं है, कोई बैटरी चुराने वाली बात नहीं है, आप जहां भी रहेंगे, एंड इट इज टेम्पर प्रूफ। सो इट ऑल्सो टेल्स यू इन रियल टाइम कि बॉस आपका वाटर का फ्लो हो रहा है, एक्सेसिव है, यहाँ पर लीकेज हो रहा है। सो देयर एंड ऑल दीज सॉल्यूशंस एज दे बिकम बिगर आर ओनली बिकमिंग चीपर। शुरू में तो हर चीज, कोई भी आविष्कार जब होता है तो दाम ज्यादा रहता है, महंगी रहते हैं, and these things become cheaper and they will make a big difference। जो चीज आज पेट्रोलियम जिसे लिक्विड गोल्ड कहा जाता था, अब पानी जैसा सुपर लिक्विड गोल्ड डायमंड तो कुछ भी नहीं हो सकता है, and these technologies are now getting adapted, and this is where we are coming to this। So we do feel कि हम सब अगर साथ रहें, अपने विचारों को जोड़ें, and we build on each other's learnings, it is still possible for us to recover the situation on water। And remember, water is also your best antidote to climate change, global warming। हम फिर भी हंस सकते हैं, सुखी रह सकते हैं, और नहीं तो आपको सब WIG रिपोर्ट तो याद ही होगा, जो 2016 में कहा था कि भारत में बस 2030, आज से 6-7 साल में, we will only have 50% of our fresh water needs, and that means we may not have had the luxury of having the cold water shower that each of us have enjoyed this morning before coming here। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। Thank you so much for the opportunity।
थैंक यू मिस्टर झा, आपने जो एग्जांपल्स दिए और जो स्टार्टअप्स के जो टेक्नोलॉजीज बताए, दे आर वर्थ एमुलेटिंग। तो रादर देन रीइन्वेंटिंग द व्हील, अगर उन्हीं को रेप्लिकेट कर दिया जाए अलग अलग जगह पर, तो बहुत सारे सोल्यूशन इसमें मिल सकता है। और जो WRG रिपोर्ट का जो उनका आपने जिक्र किया, आई थिंक वो हमारे जो भी उन्होंने भविष्यवाणी की वो गलत साबित हो, इन द सेंस दैट वी आर एबल टू मेक थ्रू व्हाट ऑल थिंग्स वी नीड टू डू राइट नाउ। नाउ विल लाइक टू इनवाइट मिस्टर मनीष बसूजा, वाटर सैनिटेशन एंड हाइजीन स्पेशलिस्ट फ्रॉम यूनिसेफ, फॉर हिज एड्रेस प्लीज।
A very good morning to all the distinguished speakers and all the participants. I just want to kind of highlight where we are when we talk about, Mr. Jha has talked about UN water, that climate change is impacting water supply। पानी को सबसे ज़्यादा इम्पैक्ट करता है, और ये एक ही सिक्के के दो पहलू हैं, क्लाइमेट चेंज और वाटर। लेकिन इसको एक एग्रीकल्चर पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से भी देखा जाता है कि एग्रीकल्चर में इसकी ज़रूरत है, और सबसे ज़्यादा जो हम इसमें रोज़मर्रा की ज़िंदगी में जो हम घर में पानी पीते हैं सभी लोग, उसमें भी बहुत ज़रूरी है। तो UN ने एक सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स सेट किए 2015 में। पहले, उससे पहले मिलेनियम डेवलपमेंट गोल्स थे, और अगर हम इंडिया की बात करें तो वी वर एट 93% कवरेज विद रिस्पेक्ट टू इम्प्रूव्ड वाटर सप्लाई फॉर in the pursuit of Millennium Development Goals। In the same year 2015, Sustainable Development Goals, when they came into picture, and Goal 6 and Indicator 6.1, which was talking about safely managed water supply, on the same year, the coverage reduced from 93% in Millennium Development Goal to around 49% in Sustainable Development Goal perspective. फर्क क्या था कि पहले वो इम्प्रूव्ड वाटर कवरेज की बात करते थे, अब वो सेफली मैनेज्ड वाटर सप्लाई की बात करने लगे। सेफली मैनेज्ड वाटर सप्लाई में हम ये कहते हैं कि पानी हमारे प्रेमाइसेस में, घर में या यार्ड में अवेलेबल हो, जब भी हमें चाहिए हो तब अवेलेबल हो, और फ्री फ्रॉम केमिकल एंड माइक्रोबायोलॉजिकल कंटामिनेशन होना चाहिए। इन चीज़ों को ध्यान में रखते हुए गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने एक 2019 में एक नया प्रोग्राम लॉन्च किया, जो अभी बात की गई जल जीवन मिशन, जिसमें टारगेट ये था कि हर घर में पीने का पानी अवेलेबल हो। कुछ बेंचमार्क्स सेट किए गए, 55 लीटर पर कैपिटा पर डे, हर व्यक्ति को 55 लीटर पानी मिलना चाहिए पीने के लिए, और वो उसकी जो क्वालिटी है वो पीने लायक हो। सो IS 10500 के हिसाब से, BIS स्टैंडर्ड के हिसाब से वो क्वालिटी एटलीस्ट विद रिस्पेक्ट टू फिजिकल एंड केमिकल कंटामिनेशन वो होनी चाहिए, यानी उसमें आर्सेनिक ना हो, क्लोराइड ना हो, आयरन ना हो, उस तरह की चीज़ें हो। और 2019 में जब हमारी कवरेज हाउस होल्ड वाटर सप्लाई थ्रू टैप्स की अगर हम देखें, मिस्टर YK सिंह भी शायद उसके बारे में बात करेंगे, 17% हम थे, और आज की डेट में वो जो कवरेज है वो अराउंड मोर देन 60% हम पहुंच गए हैं। ये सिर्फ एक सरकारी प्रोग्राम नहीं है अगर हम देखा जाए, और यूनिसेफ इसके साथ डायरेक्टली इन्वॉल्व है। वी सपोर्ट दिस प्रोग्राम टेक्निकली बिकॉज वी बिलीव that this program can make changes in the social and health aspects of human beings. So उस वजह से it is not just a government program, it is a Jan Andolan as being kind of prescribed by our Honorable Prime Minister. So he has led this program, and if you see different countries around the world, India is the only country who has given such a huge boost to this sector of water and sanitation, earlier with SPM Swachh Bharat Mission and now with Jal Jeevan Mission. So इसमें सभी का भागीदारी बहुत जरूरी है। जब मैं सभी की भागीदारी की बात करता हूँ, it also involves all the corporates, all the private organizations who are working in this sector at least. And this can be through IoT based solutions, which the previous speaker has talked about. It can be through different walls and machinery which is being produced. It can be through community mobilization aspects. हम सभी लोग कहीं ना कहीं जब भी प्राइवेट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस जहाँ भी काम करती हैं, एटलीस्ट वो अपने कैचमेंट एरिया में, जो कैचमेंट एरिया जहाँ पर वो फैक्ट्रीज हैं या जहाँ पर वो ऑपरेट करते हैं, उसके आसपास कम से कम हम ये इतना ध्यान रखते हैं कि भाई जो लोग हैं उनको कैसे सुविधा दी जा सकती है। So JJM is one of the program where I think there is an opportunity where corporates can also partner, and I propose that through PHDCCI if we can create some kind of platform where knowledge is available कि कहाँ पर हम contribute कर सकते हैं as corporates, कहाँ पर हम partnership कर सकते हैं with government, because this is a, इसका स्केल बहुत बड़ा है, इस प्रोग्राम का पूरे देश में है, सभी स्टेट्स और डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में है। तो कैसे हम इसमें पार्टनरशिप कर सकते हैं और गवर्नमेंट के इस प्रोग्राम को सप्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं थ्रू अवर टेक्निकल सपोर्ट, थ्रू अवर काइंड ऑफ मे बी कैचमेंट एरिया विच वी cater to in those villages, if we can adopt some villages and work with district administration to improve the services under Jal Jeevan Mission, and also it can be then further extended to Swachh Bharat Mission Gramin or Swachh Bharat Mission 2.0, which talks about ODF sustainability, open defecation free sustainability. So with those points, I would like to kind of conclude my remarks here, and if there are any questions, we will take it by the end of the session. Thank you.
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर। आपने जैसे बोला कि ये जन आंदोलन है और सबकी भागीदारी जरूरी है सर। कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर की गवर्नमेंट तो बहुत अच्छा प्रयास कर रही है, कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर के साथ साथ जो इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे भी इसमें सबका सहयोग जरूरी है, तभी हम इसको पा सकेंगे। नाउ आई वुड लाइक टू इनवाइट अवर कीनोट स्पीकर Shri YK Singh. Shri YK Singh is the Director at National Jal Jeevan Mission, Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, Minister of Jal Shakti, Government of India.
Thank you, Dr. Jiten. Respected dignitaries on the dais and ladies and gentlemen. You have heard about Jal Jeevan Mission by our previous speaker, Mr. Manish, and other speakers also. So I will start my address from Jal Jeevan Mission. It was launched in 2019, 15th August by Honorable Prime Minister of India. And it has 2-3 basic pillars, like already Mr. Manish has told, 55 liters of per capita per day. And it has to be provided to the every rural household. We have to basically keep in mind while talking about Jal Jeevan Mission, it is about rural households. So 55 liters per capita per day, regularity has to be maintained, means daily. It has to be provided to the households, and BIS 10,500 is the benchmark quality standard which has to be followed, and the water complying this standard has to be provided in the households. If we see the success of Jal Jeevan Mission, I think Mr. Manish has already given inputs. In terms of number, I will tell you roughly over 85 million functional household tap water connection has been provided till date, in spite of having 2 years significantly affected by COVID, but with the efforts of state governments, community participation, industry, and other public sector participants, we have been able to achieve this target. As you know, Jal Jeevan Mission is basically a central and state-funded scheme. If you see the funding pattern, in this, if suppose 100 rupees is the cost of one scheme in the village, 10% of it will come from the community. 90% of that in plain area, it will be basically divided in 2 parts. 50% of that will come from center, 50% remaining will come from the state. And the funding pattern is different for hilly areas, like 5% community contribution, and balance is 90-10 ratio center and state and center. So by seeing this, funding pattern itself, you will know that the community's involvement is since the start of the mission. And there is a purpose in it, because this water supply is for the rural community. And if the community is involved, since this scheme has to last for 20 or 30 years, depending on the design timelines, so the involvement of community will ensure that it is sustained for next 20 or 30 years on the basis of which it has been designed. Unless until community is not made part of it, it will remain a government program, which we have seen in many of the government schemes, where public participation has not been there, and later on it has not, sustained for the desired goals. So this is the basic building block for which the community participation has been ensured. And coming to the theme of today's conference, so I would like to highlight that for water Jal Jeevan Mission, we need a reliable water source. And if you see the schemes which are being implemented all over India, majority of the water sources are from groundwater, and some multi-village schemes definitely have sources from surface water. So we are greatly relying on groundwater sources. And if you see the groundwater sources, there are many challenges for sustaining this Jal Jeevan Mission. And one of them is water scarcity. We all know, as our first speaker itself told, that 2016 itself it was declared that there is going to be a scarce availability of water if we are not going to recharge the groundwater. But thanks to Government of India and Water Resource Department, that they have taken multiple initiatives for groundwater recharge, and that has definitely, giving a lot of benefits and supporting Jal Jeevan Mission indirectly as well. Another thing is this freshwater ecosystem. Water quality is a challenge, because if you go in different regions of the country, you will find in some places it is affected by arsenic, in some places it is affected by fluoride. And historically, we have seen that these chemical contaminants has a huge negative impact on the health of the people. If you go in rural areas of the country, you will find the weak bones, leg bones. Then you can find out the yellow teeth of people, those who are drinking fluoride water. Then you will find, bacteriological contamination is there. Then waterborne diseases are happening. And uh, Nobel laureate Mr. Michael Kramer has also predicted that if Jal Jeevan Mission is implemented, India is going to save the life of 1,36,000 children every year if Jal Jeevan Mission is implemented in its right spirit. So you can understand the tremendous potential of Jal Jeevan Mission, tremendous challenges as well in terms of chemical contamination, water quality affected groundwater sources or surface sources, and related issues. This water scarcity needs the attention of this conference. And I think this water scarcity is because of combination of factors like population growth, heavy pace of urbanization, then our daily lifestyle, climatic change, and fast pace of groundwater exploitation. So this water scarcity is due to multiple reasons, but at the same time, the technologies which are available to us, or for which we are, foreseeing that this can help us in addressing the concern of water scarcity, will is a basically way forward for us. Then we have to see that for this overcoming this water scarcity challenge, this government, public sector, community, industry, all have to come together on a single platform. And we have to hold hands of each other to address this, because this starts from a child and ends up to old age people. Like, we have to talk about behavioral change in water conservation. We have to talk about behavioral change in water exploitation. We have to talk about water treatment technologies, so that the least water is wasted and most part of the water is recycled. We have to develop technologies. We have to develop the resources in such a way that most of the water is recycled. Jal Jeevan Mission is targeting 55 liters per day per capita. 70 to 80% of this water goes as a recycle stream. So 55 liters per capita per day. If you take 70%, that's a huge amount. And if you are, through technological advancement and with the available technology, if the industry, government, community comes together and taps even 20 to 50% of the water for drinking purposes, that will be a huge saving. And if 20 to 30% or 40% of that is utilized for groundwater recharge, then this will have a huge impact on our groundwater table. So these kind of thinking has to brought forward before us. We have to regularly work on technologies with each other to address these problems, and definitely smart water management system based on IoT, based on GPS system, GIS system, then artificial intelligence, or the need of the day. And if we are going to deploy these technologies in our water exploitation system, water distribution system, water recycle system. Definitely, I'm sure that we will be able to overcome the challenges of water scarcity or water quality, which we are foreseeing, which is going to come in a big way in near future. Keeping all these in mind, Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation has taken many initiatives. So just for the information of this house, I will try to bring before you what we have done till now and what we are doing. Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation has a innovation and R&D portal on which we encourage the innovators and technology providers to come on that portal, give details about their technologies. And we have a committee under the principal scientific advisor to the Prime Minister, and Honorable Secretary DDWS is also member. There are other many dignitaries and scientists who are member of that committee. And once a technology provider submits application on that innovation portal or R&D portal, we do a thorough evaluation and then we recommend to the states. Why we recommend to the states? Because water supply and rural water supply is a state subject. So being at the center, we cannot plan or execute the water supply schemes. What we are doing is we are giving financial and technical support to the states. So that's keeping that in mind, the constitutional obligation. These technologies are recommended to the states, and the states, depending on their local raw water conditions or local raw water availabilities and the different parameters, they select the technologies to addressing the challenges which they face. And I'm happy to tell you that till now we have been able to identify 19 technologies which are related with the water supply. And we have recommended to the states, we have circulated to them. And, many of them have been deployed in states in different schemes. We have taken up with the government e-marketplace because, under the government rules and regulation, the purchases are asked to be done from GEM portal. And it is going to be increasing day by day. And our technologies are, some of them have already come on GEM platform. Some of them are in the process of coming on the GEM platform, and we are closely working with the GEM authorities, and we are pushing a lot to bring our technology innovators on GEM portal so that the business transaction becomes easy for government entities and for the business partners. Similarly, for water quality testing, Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, in collaboration with the Invest India, has launched an innovation challenge to develop portable devices for testing drinking water and quality. Because the more and more you are going to supply in rural areas, and you are ensuring that BIS 10,500 has to be, water has to be BIS 10,500 compliance. So you need a testing ecosystem available in the rural areas. Everywhere you cannot open labs, and when you are going to open a lab, it requires huge capital cost, and then you require huge talent pool to be available in the labs as a technician or as a chemist, which cannot be easily available everywhere in rural areas. Keeping that in mind, Ministry launched a innovation challenge in collaboration with Invest India. And I'm happy to announce that we have been able to find out many startups and MSMEs who are working in this area, and they have been evaluated through a process of compliance to the BIS standards and other things. And I'm happy to say that 2 of them have been successfully demonstrated in the field. They have come up on GEM as well. And there are, keeping that in mind and seeing the progress, there are many startups, MSMEs and companies. They are aggressively coming in this domain as well, because this decentralized and portable water quality testing devices are going to be future of water quality testing and compliance in India. Because you have already seen this decentralized way of testing and reporting during the COVID period. So you must have that in your memories. So that this portable devices can bring revolution in water quality testing. We are also, we have some challenges before us, for which we are, in collaboration with the Principal Scientific Advisors Office. They have launched a Manthan platform on which they are taking problem statement from many ministries, the problems which people are foreseeing. We have also given a problem statement on that portal. You can go and see that portal. You will find most related with most of the ministries. With our ministry, we have given a portal. We have given a problem statement of low-cost desalination technology, specifically for Lakshadweep and inland saline water sources. Although desalination technology is not new, it's already there in the market. But once you compare with this cost of this technology vis-a-vis alternatives, or per liter cost of water which is coming out of this desalination water, then it will be eye opener. That's why a lot of people doing research in desalination and trying to bring the cost down, because right now the technology which is available is very costly. So we have given a challenge in that platform regarding low cost desalination. Similarly, there is a need for GIS mapping of all the Jal Jeevan Mission infrastructure. So we have given a challenge of cost effective technology for web and mobile water supply network in rural areas. Because in rural areas, you must understand that technical level of technical know-how and availability of technical resources is very limited. And if there is any talent, that has a tendency to migrate towards cities. So keeping that in mind, we have to develop the technologies, and technologies should be tuned in such a way that they have low cost and they have, with very little technical knowledge, it can be maintained, operated, or used. So that we have ensured when we were evaluating this portable testing devices. That requires, the kind of technical resource is required for running a lab and kind of technical knowledge required for just running that portable device. If you see both things, there is a huge difference. So for these things also, we have to keep that in mind. Similarly, we are, working with the Ministry of Education in coordination with All India Council of Technical Education. They are running a Smart India Hackathon. We have given them a problem statement of cost-effective ways of making water sources for drinking water supplies sustainable in rural areas. Means whatever sources are there, we have designed keeping in mind the recent available knowledge and available database. And we have designed that for 30 years. So to run the scheme for 30 years, we need our sources are reliable for 30 years. They are giving, as per the projected population, they are giving the water. So we are running a challenge through Smart India Hackathon. There can be a technological advancement or innovation which can help us to predict exactly the way one of our speaker was telling. The 20 location of a well at 20 meters difference can play a lot of role. So if there is a technology which can precisely locate your well location by mapping the aquifer, and if it can exactly or to a closer extent predict what is the withdrawal capacity of this aquifer, which can be sustainable, so that will be a real development in field of water extraction and water utilization and piped water drinking supply. That needs the attention of industry and academia, those who are working in this area. Similarly, there is a Nudge Foundation, a NGO, which is running a Nudge Ashirwad Water Challenge. I think some of the people might be here from Nudge as well. So they have run a technology challenge, and initially they have invited roughly around 100, 114 innovators. Then they shortlisted from them 17 or 20. We were also called by Nudge Foundation to give a direction so that their energy can be channelized for the need of the Jal Jeevan mission. And we had through virtual mode, I have personally interacted with the almost every innovator and given them the broad framework of Jal Jeevan mission and how their innovations can be slightly molded to meet the need of the rural areas and help us in delivering achieving the objectives of Jal Jeevan mission. And I am happy to say that they have appreciated a lot our interaction because earlier they were working in Jal Jeevan mission and they were having mostly everybody who works for water supply, they always have cities in their mind. Cities and rural areas are having different challenges. And if you move from hilly area to plain area, water scarce area to water sufficient area, the problems keep on changing. So this Ashirwad Water Challenge now it's going on in third phase, and 7 applicants has been identified. They are working on some 7 innovative ideas, and by July end that will be fruitful. So these are the some of the initiatives where ministry has worked, and we have not worked alone. We have worked with the NGOs, we have worked with the government department, we are working with the industry, we are working with the uh, startups, we are working with the MSMEs, we are working with the government e-marketplace. This all support we are getting, and we are working with the many number of rural wash partners. Those who are supporting us for water quality, they are supporting for innovative technology. We have a thematic area in Rural Wash Partners Forum, which is totally on innovative technologies. And the leading partner for that theme is already here. They are aggressively working on that area. They are collaborating with the states to understand what are the challenges the states are facing. Because country is so diverse. The challenges vary from district to district, region to region, and from state to state. So there is a huge need to understand the technological challenges available at the ground level. And once there is a understanding about the challenge, once you understand the problem, 60 to 70% of your job is done. And then sufficient energy, money, and mindset is available to address that problem. So through these thematic verticals, we are working in different technologies, and I request you all to uh, come forward and work for new technologies to address the challenges which is coming before the states and different agencies in implementing Jal Jeevan mission. And I am confident that whatever challenges we are foreseeing, with collaborative and collective efforts, we will be able to overcome this. Thank you.
Thank you, Singh Saab, for giving a very, very holistic overview of the good work that your department is doing. And Jal Jeevan Mission is definitely the harbinger for solving all water-related crises and management issues in India. Thank you very much. And the best part is that since you're working with multiple, stakeholders like different hackathon challenges you are doing, working with Invest India for Startup India, working with the principal scientific advisor to Government of India, with METI also. In fact, that exactly shows in terms of level of commitment the Jal Jeevan Mission is having in terms of surmounting all the challenges of water crisis. So before we propose vote of thanks, I'll request Shri K.S. Mehta, your past president, to come on the dais, and along with Mr. Varun Gupta to kindly felicitate our guests with a memento from PhD. Thank you, sir. So, in fact, thank you all the dignitaries for sparing your valuable time. Special thanks to Shri Vaike Singh Saab, Shri Jha, Mr. Manish, our Chair for Water Committee, Mr. Varun Gupta, Mr. Das from Brahmaputra Board, and we are thankful to our partners, our sponsoring partners, IFCO, Brahmaputra Board, ITC. We are also thankful to our media partner, Water Digest, and Green Beans for our institutional partner and making this program a huge success. On the sidelines, we are also having a painting competition on the theme Water Conservation for Greener Future. So we have the school students, both from government schools as well as private schools. We have also done inclusion by including some kids, some children with special needs also. Please look at their pictures, motivate them so that they are able to get the momentum and boost from the industry, leaders, so that they are, become the leaders of tomorrow for water management and conservation. So, ladies and gentlemen, we break for tea and we immediately start with our next plenary session. If we can take one or two questions, sir. Can we take one or two? Okay, so we can take one or two questions since we have around 10 minutes. Okay, we can start from there.
These are all the efforts for groundwater recharge or surface water conservation. And with these efforts, I think what you are thinking, the problem which is going to come in near future, these approaches and holistic approaches of Government of India and other partners will help us to address this issue to at its most. Thank you.
If I may just add one line to what Singh Saab has explained so beautifully, it is, yes, we have to reduce the demand on groundwater. That will take time and process, but at the same time, you are also doing all the different kinds of recharge activities to improve the supplies. So both will, when they work together, the impact will be more. Like in cricket, it is not only T20 or only Test cricket. Both have to exist and they have a role. So it's difficult, but that is, I think, the only roadmap forward.
Hello, I'm technology expert. I'm writing on water issues for about 40-50 years. The issue is that, my question is to Mr. Singh. Sir, in Narmada Control Authority, they gave annual account of the water use, water availability, water use. Why other basins are not providing this information? Sir, I am requesting this for last 20-30 years in petitions to the Prime Minister and the President, and I am not getting this information. Second issue is that, in case of Kurukshetra, that area is waterlogged every year. So there is no water scarcity in that. But in Delhi, groundwater extraction has gone up by 4 times. At present, we are extracting 400 million cubic meter of groundwater for drinking water purpose. And, we are not providing information about the Yamuna flows, which goes waste every year. We are not building dams. And third thing is about Brahmaputra. The map of Brahmaputra is not correct. So the band, which comes
environment, पृथ्वी पर रहने वाले प्रत्येक व्यक्ति को व्यक्तिगत प्रयासों की कामना के साथ ही आज ये मिशन लाइफ का ये विजन दुनिया के सामने रख रहा हूं।
प्रकृति बेटा, पृथ्वी पर तुम्हें क्या करना है तुम्हें पता है ना?
मुझे लोगों को प्यार से इंस्पायर और लाइफ के लिए एजुकेट करना है, ताकि वो नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज का उपयोग कर इस पृथ्वी को बचाए रखे।
इसमें तुम्हारी मदद करेंगी ये 3 चीजें। पहली, टियारा ऑफ फ्लावर्स, जो तुम्हें हमेशा हैप्पी और एनर्जेटिक रखेंगे। दूसरा, ये बैज ऑफ लाइफ, जो लोगों को पर्यावरण के लिए लाइफ, जीवन शैली की याद दिलाएगा। जब वे प्रकृति की रक्षा करेंगे, तो प्रकृति उनकी रक्षा करेगी। तुम ये बैज उन लोगों को भी दे सकती हो जो हमारे प्लानिट की बेहतरी के लिए योगदान करते हैं। और तीसरा, ये बैग ऑफ होप। जब भी कोई एनवायरनमेंट को हार्म करे तो तुम इसमें से इको सस्टेनेबल ऑल्टरनेटिव निकाल कर उसे देना।
ओके, अब मैं अपने मिशन पर चलती हूँ। है एक जीवन, है एक मिशन, आओ हम सब मिलकर करें पर्यावरण संरक्षण, पर्यावरण संरक्षण। हर पल गांव और शहर शहर चले इको फ्रेंडली डिस्पोजेबल्स की लहर लहर। कारपूल को अब सब जने अपनाएंगे, अपना शॉपिंग बैग साथ ले जाएंगे। सस्टेनेबल लाइफस्टाइल का है नारा, है ये लक्ष्य हमारा हमारा हमारा। अब हर जन एक पेड़ लगाएगा, पर्यावरण को स्वच्छ बनाएगा। हो सबकी भागीदारी तो खुशियां हरदम।
पर्यावरण, वन और जलवायु परिवर्तन मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
The Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India brings to you India's first multi-stakeholder platform to reach the unreached. Manthan aims to facilitate industry-academia collaborations for CSR and philanthropic funding. The platform is built on key pillars of innovation opportunity exchange, virtual exhibitions, and events. Industries can find academic or startup partners. Government research problems can also be found on the platform. Manthan is also aligned with the UN Sustainable Development Goals and emerging technologies. The science and technology clusters under the Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India create strong linkages between multiple academic institutions and industry on focused thematic areas. The platform has illustrious co-funding partners and is supported by leading industries, associations, and institutes. Please register on manthan.gov.in today if you would like to source your implementation or R&D and innovation partners.
मिशन लाइफ का मंत्र है लाइफस्टाइल फॉर एनवायरमेंट। पृथ्वी पर रहने वाले प्रत्येक व्यक्ति को व्यक्तिगत प्रयासों की कामना के साथ ही आज ये मिशन लाइफ का ये विजन दुनिया के सामने रख रहा हूं।
फ्रेंड्स, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मिशन लाइफ के संकल्प को आप सजग रहकर मजबूती दे सकते हैं और रोजाना के कामकाज में कुछ आसान उपायों से अपना योगदान दे सकते हैं। कैसे, आइए जानते हैं। पौधों, फर्श और वाहनों आदि में पानी के उपयोग के लिए होस पाइप या पाइप के बजाय बाल्टी का उपयोग करें। एसी और आरओ से निकले पानी का पुनः उपयोग करें। जल इकाइयों को रिचार्ज करने के काम को बढ़ावा दें और औरों को भी प्रेरित करें। सब्जियों को साफ करने के बाद पानी का पुनः उपयोग पौधों को पानी देने या ऐसे किसी अन्य कार्यों के लिए करें। घर, स्कूल और कार्यालयों में वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग बॉडीज का निर्माण करवाएं। लाइफस्टाइल फॉर एनवायरनमेंट अपनाइए, मिशन लाइफ से दुनिया बेहतर बनाइए।
पर्यावरण, वन और जलवायु परिवर्तन मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार द्वारा जनहित में जारी।
मिशन लाइफ का मंत्र है लाइफस्टाइल फॉर एनवायरमेंट। पृथ्वी पर रहने वाले प्रत्येक व्यक्ति को व्यक्तिगत प्रयासों की कामना के साथ ही आज ये मिशन लाइफ का ये विजन दुनिया के सामने रख रहा हूं।
प्रकृति बेटा, पृथ्वी पर तुम्हें क्या करना है तुम्हें पता है ना?
मुझे लोगों को प्यार से इंस्पायर और लाइफ के लिए एजुकेट करना है ताकि वो नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज का उपयोग कर इस पृथ्वी को बचाए रखें।
webinar on the stories of unsung women heroes, featuring inspiring journey of women entrepreneurs. PhD-CCI organized the Transgender Leadership Conclave, a first of its kind conclave done by any Chamber of Commerce, which emphasizes on the need of diversity inclusion in the society. PhD-CCI organized the first lecture of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose Memorial Lecture Series. The chief guest was Sri G. Kishan Reddy, Honorable Union Minister of Tourism, Culture and DONER, Government of India, towards exchanging insights and deliberate on the growth of key sectors of the country. PhD-CCI delegates have several call-on meetings, including Honorable Vice President of India, Sri Jagdeep Dhankar, and meetings with Honorable Raksha Mantri, Sri Rajnath Singh, Honorable Commerce and Industry Minister, Sri Piyush Goyal, and other Union Cabinet Ministers, Ministers of States, Chief Ministers, and other prominent dignitaries. PhD-CCI is appreciated by everyone for their commendable endeavor in policy advocacy, upliftment of Indian industry, contribution to expansion of bilateral trade and social work. This year also presented occasions to welcome some of the prominent personalities from different fields, and PhD-CCI has leveraged these occasions for widening the horizon of knowledge. PhD-CCI has signed numerous MOUs with the aim to establish and develop effective links between the business communities to promote mutual trade and investment, and also facilitate interaction between the members to improve cooperation to achieve an inclusive growth for the nation. We have also been simultaneously enriching the lives of millions of fellow citizens through our CSR IMR platform. The two foundations, namely FWF and RDF, represent our deep dedication through their interventions for environment protection and well-being of marginalized population.
The double shock of COVID-19 crisis and Russia-Ukraine war has led to rising risks to global economy. However, Indian economy is projected to grow at the fastest rate as compared to the other leading economies in the world. PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry has undertaken slew of initiatives to rejuvenate economy and businesses from the daunting impact of pandemic and recent geopolitical distress between Russia and Ukraine. The PhD Chamber represented more than 300 micro and macro level of issues of trade and industry to the various departments of Government of India and state governments, of which more than 200 have been very kindly accepted by the dignitaries.
Make in India brings infinite opportunities for Indian manufacturers to fulfill the domestic demand and meet international quality standards of the products. At this historical juncture of India's emergence, which are being celebrated as Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the PhD Chamber stands like a pillar of strength for the industry and in solidarity with the government to make in India for the world. We would like to thank our annual sponsors, patron and star members for their continued support in taking the vision of PhD-CCI to newer heights.
The Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India brings to you India's first multi-stakeholder platform to reach the unreached. Manthan aims to facilitate industry-academia collaborations for CSR and philanthropic funding. The platform is built on key pillars of innovation opportunity exchange, virtual exhibitions, and events. Industries can find academic or startup partners. Government research problems can also be found on the platform. Manthan is also aligned with the UN Sustainable Development Goals and emerging technologies. The science and technology clusters under the Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India create strong linkages between multiple academic institutions and industry on focused thematic areas. The platform has illustrious co-funding partners and is supported by leading industries, associations, and institutes. Please register on manthan.gov.in today if you or R&D and innovation partners.
मिशन लाइफ का मंत्र है लाइफस्टाइल फॉर एनवायरमेंट। पृथ्वी पर रहने वाले प्रत्येक व्यक्ति को व्यक्तिगत प्रयासों की कामना के साथ ही आज ये मिशन लाइफ का ये विजन दुनिया के सामने रख रहा हूं।
फ्रेंड्स, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मिशन लाइफ के संकल्प को आप सजग रहकर मजबूती दे सकते हैं और रोजाना के कामकाज में कुछ आसान उपायों से अपना योगदान दे सकते हैं। कैसे, आइए जानते हैं। पौधों, फर्श और वाहनों आदि में पानी के उपयोग के लिए होस पाइप या पाइप के बजाय बाल्टी का उपयोग करें। एसी और आरओ से निकले पानी का पुनः उपयोग करें। जल इकाइयों को रिचार्ज करने औरों को भी प्रेरित करें। सब्जियों को साफ करने के बाद पानी का पुनः उपयोग पौधों को पानी देने या ऐसे किसी अन्य कार्यों के लिए करें। घर, स्कूल और कार्यालयों में वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग बॉडीज का निर्माण करवाएं। लाइफस्टाइल फॉर एनवायरनमेंट अपनाइए। मिशन लाइफ से दुनिया बेहतर बनाइए।
पर्यावरण, वन और जलवायु परिवर्तन मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
गुड मॉर्निंग लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, वेलकम बैक। और एक बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट सेशन जिसका सब लोग बहुत बेसब्री से इंतजार कर रहे हैं। दिस इज अगेन बाय द पर्सन हु वॉक द टॉक। नॉर्मली हम लोग तो ज्ञान की बात ज़्यादा करते हैं और विज्ञान की कम करते हैं, बट यहाँ पर एक वैज्ञानिक हैं जिन्होंने अपने रूट्स को ही मद्देनजर रखते हुए इसको एक नया अंजाम दिया है अपनी नई तकनीक के साथ। Sunit, can you call everybody inside? We are starting the session. मैं आग्रह करूंगा श्री उमा शंकर पांडे जी से कृपया वो मंच पर आएं और श्री के.एस. मेहता जी, हमारे पास प्रेसिडेंट पीएचडी चैम्बर, सर, इफ यू कैन काइंडली जॉइन अस ऑन द डायस। एक छोटा सा परिचय मैं देना चाहूंगा। हमारे जो विशेषज्ञ हैं श्री उमा शंकर पांडे जी। श्री उमा शंकर पांडे जी एक प्रसिद्ध जल संरक्षक विशेषज्ञ हैं। उन्होंने भारत में जल संरक्षण के रूप में अपने कार्यों के लिए ख्याति हासिल की। उमा शंकर पांडे जी ने भारत के विभिन्न हिस्सों में जल संरक्षण के लिए अनेक पहल की हैं। उन्होंने विभिन्न स्कूलों और संस्थानों में जल संरक्षण के महत्व को जागृत करने के लिए अपनी अभूतपूर्व योगदान दिया है। उन्होंने सैकड़ों तालाब खोदे हैं और लाखों लोगों को जल संरक्षण के बारे में शिक्षित किया है। उनके जल संरक्षण के कार्य में देश भर में लोगों को जागरूक किया उन्होंने इसको महत्व को समझने के लिए लोगों की मदद की। उनके निरंतर प्रयासों से उन्होंने देश भर में जल संरक्षण की जागरूकता बढ़ाई है और इस क्षेत्र में अपने अनुपम उन्होंने काम द्वारा सबको प्रेरित किया है। दरअसल तकरीबन 1.5 दशक पहले जब बुंदेलखंड का बांध जिला पूरी तरह से सूखे की चपेट में था, तो उस निराशा भरे दौर में बांदा जिला स्थित जखनी गांव में सफल किसान उमा शंकर पांडे जी ने खेत पर मेड़ और मेड़ पर पेड़ का नारा गढ़ा। पुरखों के सुझाए इस सूत्र को उन्होंने अपने खेतों में लागू किया। इस तरह सूखे को मात देने वाला जो उनका जखनी मॉडल तैयार हुआ। परिणाम स्वरूप इसी मॉडल की लोकप्रियता ने किसान उमा शंकर पांडे जी को चर्चा में ला दिया। सफल किसान उमा शंकर पांडे जी के खेत में शुरू हुए खेत पर मेड़ और मेड़ पर पेड़ अभियान को धीरे धीरे गांव के अन्य लोगों ने भी अपनाया। महज 5 से 6 साल के भीतर ही जखनी गांव जल संरक्षण के रोल मॉडल के रूप में उभर कर सामने आया। इसकी पहचान जल ग्राम के रूप में बन गई। बारिश का पानी गांव के ही खेतों में रुकने के कारण पूरे जखनी मौजे की जल धारणा क्षमता तेजी से बढ़ी। इस गांव का भूजल जल स्तर भी सुधर गया और वहीं जखनी गांव से शुरू हुआ जल संरक्षण का प्रयोग धीरे धीरे एक मुहिम बन गया और उमाशंकर पांडे जी की अगुवाई में आसपास के गांव में भी फैल गया। श्री उमाशंकर पांडे जी की उपलब्धियों की वजह से सितंबर 2020 में प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने मन की बात कार्यक्रम में पांडे जी के जल ग्राम मॉडल का जिक्र किया था। इसके अलावा नवंबर 2020 में जल शक्ति मंत्रालय ने पांडे जी को राष्ट्रीय जल योद्धा के सम्मान से नवाजा था। साथ ही उन्हें प्रधानमंत्री की अध्यक्षता वाली नीति आयोग की भूजल संरक्षण समिति में भी शामिल किया गया है। उन्होंने भारत सरकार के नागरिक सम्मान पद्मश्री से सम्मानित किया गया है। मैं चाहूंगा कि हम सब इस जल योद्धा के लिए खड़े होकर एक बार जोरदार ताली बजाएं। थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक यू इंडीड। अब मैं गुजारिश करूंगा श्री के.एस. मेहता जी से, हमारे पूर्व अध्यक्ष पीएचडी चैम्बर, कि आप सेशन को मॉडरेट करें और सर को आमंत्रित करें इस बहुत बहुत उनके अभिभाषण के।
हम सबके आज के मंच पर उपस्थित मुखिया के रूप में मेहता साहब, देश के कोने कोने से आए पीएचडी, देश की औद्योगिक संस्था के, देश की सबसे पुरानी संस्था के विश्वसनीय पानी के पहरेदारों को मैं नमन करता हूं, प्रणाम करता हूं। जब हम इस कार्यक्रम का शुभारंभ किए थे तो एक शब्द सबसे पहले हम राष्ट्रगान शुरू किए थे, और राष्ट्रगान में हमने पानी का गान था, जलधि तिरंगा। बच्चे भी यहां बैठे हैं, यहां पर मेरे पुराने मित्र भी हैं, वो मित्र भी हैं जिन्होंने पानी को देखा है नदियों में, वो मित्र भी हैं जिन्होंने कुएं में पानी को देखा है, और नई मेरी पीढ़ी, भारत की पीढ़ी भी है जिन्हें पानी फिर से देखना है। मैंने जो लिख के लाया था अपना लेक्चर, वो मैंने वहीं रख दिया, और मेहता साहब से बातचीत करते करते और जो बड़े बड़े लोगों ने बात की तो मुझे लगा कि अब यहाँ लेक्चर की जरूरत नहीं है, संवाद की जरूरत है। मैं वक्ता बहुत अच्छा नहीं हूं, श्रोता अच्छा हूं, सुनता बहुत हूं। मेरे मित्र अनिल जी जो जल प्रहरियों के लिए पूरे देश में सम्मान देते हैं, जल प्रहरी संस्था के रूप में, और भारत सरकार के जल शक्ति मंत्री जी और नीति आयोग, तमाम संस्थाएं मिलकर के देश के ऐसे व्यक्तियों को खोजती हैं जिन्होंने वाकई में काम किया है। मेहता साहब से भी बात कर रहा था, उन्होंने एक जो फाउंडेशन तैयार किया इस संस्था से, और देश में बड़ा काम कर रहा है, रोटरी से बड़ा काम कर रही है। सभी को मैं नमन करता हूं, लेकिन बात अपनी शुरू करता हूं। इस भवन में हम बैठे हैं, इस भवन को जोड़ा किसने है? लोहे ने तो जोड़ा नहीं, गिट्टी ने जोड़ा नहीं, बालू ने जोड़ा नहीं, सीमेंट ने जोड़ा नहीं, तो किसने जोड़ा? पानी ने जोड़ा। तो निर्जीव को भी जीवन प्रदान, निर्जीव को भी जोड़ने का काम जल करता है। मेरा जो अभियान था, ये पुरखों की जो सबसे बड़ी, पुरखों की जो प्राचीन विधि है जल जोड़ने की, उसका नाम है मेड़बंदी। खेत पर मेड़ और मेड़ पर पेड़। मैं थोड़ा सा जानकारी आप सबके साथ साझा करूं। बड़े विद्वान जन यहाँ बैठे हैं, पानी के पहरेदार बैठे हैं, पानी के जानकार बैठे हैं, पानी के दूत बैठे हैं, भविष्य में पानी के लिए भागीरथी प्रयास करेंगे, ऐसी नौजवान पीढ़ी बैठी है। मेरी कोई एनजीओ नहीं है, मैंने कोई संस्था नहीं बनाई, मेरा कोई कार्यालय नहीं है, मेरा कोई ऑफिस नहीं है। नीम के पेड़ के नीचे, तालाब के किनारे, साइकिल में माइक लगा करके मैं गांव गांव एक ही आवाज देता हूं, पेड़ लगाओ, पानी बचाओ। मुझे नहीं पता था कि ये मेरा नारा जो मैं 33 साल से दे रहा हूं, ये एक दिन पूरे भारत में और भारत के बाहर जाकर के जल संरक्षण के लिए एक पुरखों का मंत्र दुनिया में जखनी के नाम से जाना जाएगा। मैं देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री माननीय मोदी जी और देश के किसानों, उन सबको धन्यवाद देता हूं कि जिन्होंने हमारे खेत पर मेड़ मेड़ पर पेड़ के नारे को मन की बात में शामिल किया। और इसके पहले उन्होंने देश भर के प्रधानों को पत्र लिखा। ये देश के ऐसे पहले प्रधानमंत्री हैं जिन्होंने एक पत्र लिखा पूरे देश के 2.5 लाख प्रधानों को कि खेत पर मेड़ बनाएं और परंपरागत जो पुरखों की जल संरक्षण की विधि है उसके अनुसार पानी रोकें। मैं आप सबसे आग्रह करूंगा कि हमारी दुनिया में जनसंख्या 18% के करीब हो गई है। हमारे पास दुनिया में जो रहने का घर है या जमीन माने वो 3.25% है। पानी हमारे पास 2% है, उसमें से 1% पानी खारा है, 1% हमारे पास पानी पीने लायक है। हमें अपने जीवन में 80,000 से 1 लाख लीटर पीने के लिए पानी लगता है। अगर 2.5 लीटर पानी हम पीते हैं तो 80,000 लीटर, और 3 लीटर पीते हैं तो 1 लाख लीटर पानी लगता है 100 साल तक। 100 एक संभावित उम्र है कि 100 साल तक की उम्र होती है आदमी की। हम ऐसा मानते हैं कि जब हम जाएंगे परम धाम जाएंगे तो अपने साथ में 5 कुंटल लकड़ी भी ले जाएंगे। 5 कुंटल मैं ले जाऊंगा, 5 मेरी माता जी, 5 मेरे पिताजी, 5 मेरी पत्नी, हम 20 कुंटल ले जाएंगे। हमें यह सोचना है कि अब 20 कुंटल लकड़ी जो मुझे लेके जाना है उसके लिए मैंने पेड़ लगाया है, ये सोचना है। मेरी माँ जो इस दुनिया में नहीं है, जो मेरी गुरु हैं, जिन्होंने इस छोटे से अक्षम व्यक्ति को सक्षम बनाने की कोशिश की है, वो अक्सर मुझे, मेरी जल गुरु हैं और वो मुझे इस बात के लिए प्रेरित करती थी। इस पूरी सृष्टि में जो कुछ भी हरा भरा दिखता है उसका आधार केवल जल है। जल के कारण ही हरा भरा है। पानी के 100 प्रकार हैं, 100 प्रकार का पानी है, नीला पानी, हरा पानी, हम उसको विभिन्न नामों से जानते हैं। क्योंकि आज बहुत बुद्धिमान और बहुत ही संवेदनशील जल के पहरेदार बैठे हैं। हमारे सभी धर्मों में पानी का आदर बताया गया है। हम जब पैदा होते हैं तो पानी से नहवाए जाते हैं, जब अंतिम समय होता है तो पानी से नहवाए जाते हैं, जब हम अपने पुरखों का पिंडदान करते हैं तो पानी से करते हैं, और जब हम पूजा करते हैं तब भी पानी से करते हैं। जब कलश, कोई भी पूजा होती है तो कलश यात्रा निकालते हैं, उसमें भी पानी होता है। हम गुरुद्वारे जाते हैं, वहां भी पानी से ही चखना सम्मान हमारा होता है। हम चर्च में जाते हैं, होली वाटर, वहां भी पानी का सम्मान, पानी से ही सम्मान होता है। हमारे मुस्लिम समाज के, हमारे इस्लाम समाज के साथी, क्योंकि पानी का संकट, जहां से इस्लाम पैदा हुआ वहां पानी का संकट था, वो भी अपने तीर्थ यात्रा में मक्का मदीना जाते हैं, पवित्र उनका तीर्थ स्थल है, वो वहां भी उन्हें पानी पवित्र करता है। अब जमजम का पानी उन्हें पवित्र करता है। हमारे जैन मुनियों के पास कुछ ना हो और वो वस्त्र भी नहीं पहनते, लेकिन कमंडल में क्या रखते हैं? पानी रखते हैं। ये जो घड़ी का टाइम आया, ये किससे आया? पानी से आया। बाट माप आया, लीटर आया, किससे आया? पानी से आया। यातायात का सबसे प्राचीन साधन क्या था? पानी था। प्राचीन जल चिकित्सा क्या थी? पानी की थी। अब प्रश्न ये उठता है कि सब कुछ पानी में था और आज जिस पानी के लिए हम, दुनिया के 40 से अधिक देशों के पास पानी नहीं है। अब हमें ये सोचना है कि पानी बनाया तो नहीं जा सकता, केवल बचाया जा सकता है। हिंदुस्तान के लोग जानते हैं कि उमाशंकर पांडे के पास बादल ट्रांसफर करने की तकनीक है। ये झूठी है, मैं नहीं, मेरे पास तकनीक नहीं है बादल लाने की। हाँ, पुरखों की विधि मेरे पास है बादल को लाने की। विज्ञान ने कभी बादल को ट्रांसफर करने की तकनीक विज्ञान के पास नहीं है कि पंजाब से बादल उत्तर प्रदेश भेज दें। मेरे पास, मेरे पुरखों के पास है और आपके पुरखों के पास भी। पेड़ लगाओ, बादल बुलाओ, पेड़ लगाओ, बादल बुलाओ। अब हम ये बात, जब लोग कहते हैं कि पांडे जी आप बादल ट्रांसफर करते हैं, अरे भाई, बादल नहीं ट्रांसफर करता हूं, पेड़ लगाता हूं। इमली का पेड़ लगाओ, बरगद का पेड़ लगाओ, महुआ का पेड़ लगाओ, आम का पेड़ लगाओ, चिल्ला का पेड़ लगाओ, सहजन का पेड़ लगाओ, और पेड़ 10 किलो ऊपर से आकाश से बादल को नीचे ले आते हैं। बादल फाड़ने की कला केवल पेड़ों के पास है। जब हम पेड़ लगाएंगे, पानी बनाने का तरीका केवल पेड़ के पास है, क्योंकि पानी का जो पुत्र है वो पेड़ है। हम पानी पाना चाहते हैं तो हमें पेड़ लगाना होगा। मेहता साहब अभी बता रहे थे कि अब आपके फाउंडेशन ने 2-3 लाख पेड़ बांटे हैं, लगाए हैं। बड़ा पुण्य का काम है। मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि भगवान विष्णु कहाँ रहते हैं? पानी में रहते हैं। और उनकी सेवा कौन करती है? माता लक्ष्मी करती है। यदि आप धनवान बनना चाहते हैं तो पानी बचाइए, और अगर आप धनहीन होना चाहते हैं तो पानी बर्बाद करिए। अभी एक साथी हमारे झा साहब ने एक बात कही थी, और वो दिखा रहे थे कि भीष्म पितामह का वो पहला बोर था, जमीन के अंदर जो बोर हुआ, पहला बोर जो मारा, वो अर्जुन ने अपना बाण मारा तो पहला बोर वहां से निकला। और हमने बोर कितने कर दिए पृथ्वी में? जब हम आजाद हुए थे तो हमारे पास 56 किलो पानी था रोज के हिस्से में। वो 56 मीटर मैं पानी नहीं कह रहा हूं, लेकिन 56 किलो पानी हमारे पास था जब हम आजाद हुए थे। और आज हमारे पास कितना है? 1600 ग्राम पानी है। 1600 मीटर वर्ग मीटर की बात नहीं कर रहा मैं, 1600 ग्राम पानी हमारे पास है दैनिक जीवन के लिए। जो वैज्ञानिक लोग बैठे वो सब जानते हो कि मैं कहा क्या बात कह रहा हूं। अगर हम 1200 से मीटर नीचे आ जाते हैं तो संकट में आ जाएंगे। ये सोचने का विषय है। एक और महत्वपूर्ण बात, हमारे पुरखे सनातन धर्म में 2 नदियां बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण हैं। बाकी नदियां सभी महत्वपूर्ण हैं, क्योंकि मानव सभ्यता का जन्म नदी के किनारे हुआ है, इसलिए सभी महत्वपूर्ण हैं। हमारे तालाब जो पानी का बैंक है, हमारे कुआं जो पानी की तिजोरी है, रिचार्ज होते थे। मेरी माँ कहती थी, तुमको 100 ग्राम पानी में नहाना है कि 100 किलो पानी में नहाना है? तो मैंने माँ से पूछा कि माँ, 100 ग्राम पानी में नहाने में ठीक रहेगा 100 किलो में? बोले बेटा, 100 किलो में नहाओगे तो पीछे साबुन लगा रहेगा, और 100 ग्राम में नहाओगे तो बढ़िया नहा लोगे। तो मैंने कहा माई कैसे? बोले 100 ग्राम में तालाब में डूब के चले आओ तो कितना पानी लगेगा? कितना पानी लगेगा? 100 ग्राम लगेगा। लेकिन समरसेबल चलाओगे, बटन दबाओगे तो 5 मिनट में 200 लीटर पानी बह जाएगा, और पीठ पे साबुन लगा रहेगा, पाइप लगाओगे। अब सोचना यह है हमको कि इस देश में जो महान 5 जल योद्धा पैदा हुए, जिनमें 2 व्यक्ति हैं, 3 माताएं हैं। पहले जल योद्धा कौन पैदा हुए? महाराज भागीरथ, जो गंगा को लेके आए। 60,000 और 1 मिलके सगर के 60,000 पुत्र थे। 2525 किलोमीटर हिमालय से गंगा जी गंगा सागर तक ले गए। दूसरे कौन जल योद्धा पैदा हुई? माता अनसुईया, जो अपने तप से मंदाकिनी को लेकर आई। तीसरे जल योद्धा कौन पैदा हुए? महाराज भोज, जिन्होंने दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा तालाब, 65,000 हेक्टेयर का तालाब भोपाल में बनाया। फिर कौन पैदा हुई जल योद्धा? माता दुर्गावती, इतिहास की पहली वीरांगना है दुर्गावती। सौभाग्य से वो मेरे बांदा के कालीजर किले की महारानी थी, लेकिन गोंडवाना में ब्याही थी। तो गोंड आदिवासियों के क्षेत्र में 25,000 तालाब बनाए उन्होंने। अब एक और माता पैदा हुई, उनका नाम था अहिल्याबाई होलकर, जिन्होंने गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र और मध्य प्रदेश में हजारों तालाब बनाए। और माता नर्मदा के किनारे उन्होंने ओंकारेश्वर, ममलेश्वर जो लोग जाते होंगे, आप देखते हो कि बिल्कुल नर्मदा के माँ के रोज दर्शन करती थी। और यहां भर काम नहीं किया महारानी अहिल्याबाई होलकर ने। महारानी अहिल्याबाई होलकर ने, जहां हमारे सनातन के पुरखे बैकुंठ जाते हैं, उस नदी का नाम फल्गु नदी है, और वो गया में है। और वहां पर गौतम बुद्ध, भगवान गौतम बुद्ध को भी उसी नदी पर ज्ञान प्राप्त हुआ। और उस वहां पर जो तालाब बने हैं पितर्पण के लिए, कहते हैं ना कि संतान का अंतिम फर्ज होता है माता पिता को गया जी ले जाना। उस नदी के वहां के तालाबों का निर्माण अहिल्याबाई होलकर ने कराया। आप केदारनाथ जाएंगे, केदारनाथ में जितनी धर्मशालाएं हैं वो माता अहिल्याबाई होलकर ने बनाई थी। देखिए तो उस महारानी को कि वहां पर जाकर के उन्होंने कितना काम किया, पानी का प्रबंधन। महाराज भोज को देखिए। और थोड़ा सा दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण बात भी कहूंगा, इस पर प्रयास हो रहा है, सनातन धर्म के, हिंदू धर्म के 70 करोड़ पुरखे जहां से बैकुंठ जा रहे हैं, उस फल्गु नदी में एक बूंदा पानी नहीं। मैं अभी गया था, अभी हम 4-5 दिन बाद फिर अनिल जी से बात किए हैं, जाना चाहते हैं। जहां पर गौतम बुद्ध को ज्ञान प्राप्त हुआ है, वहां के जहां बौद्ध गया के उस नदी के किनारे एक बूंदा पानी नहीं है। लेकिन हम सबको ये नहीं कहना कि पानी नहीं है, पानी हमको लाना है, रोकना है। जहां अंधेरा होगा वहीं तो उजेला करना है। हम इस बात को लेकर के चलें कि अंधेरा अंधेरा है, इस पर नहीं प्रयास करना। हमको एक छोटा सा दीपक, मैंने जिस गांव में जन्म लिया उस गांव में रोड नहीं थे, आने जाने के साधन नहीं थे, बिजली नहीं थी, स्कूल नहीं थे, और बांदा जनपद का एक बड़ा भारी अपराधी गांव था। पढ़े लिखे नौजवान भी नहीं थे। गांव के 99% नौजवान गांव छोड़ के चले गए थे। लेकिन मेरी माँ ने कहा, बेटा मातृभूमि माँ से बड़ी है, और तुम अगर कुछ करना चाहते हो मेरे लिए तो इस गांव को अच्छा गांव बनाओ, और इस गांव में मकान न बनाओ, पूरे गांव के मकान बनाओ। मेरे पास आज भी मेरे गांव में बिजली नहीं है, मेरे पास टीवी नहीं है, फ्रिज नहीं है, सामान पुरानी खटिया में, वहीं पर अपने गांव की मछिया में वहीं पर बैठता हूं। मैंने किसी पुरस्कार के लिए आवेदन नहीं किया, किसी पुरस्कार के लिए आवेदन नहीं किया। किसी 36 वर्ष में मैं किसी बांदा के सांसद, MP, MLA, विधायक, मंत्री, जिला पंचायत अध्यक्ष, नगर पालिका चेयरमैन के घर नहीं गया। इसलिए वो बड़े होते हैं, हम लोग छोटे लोग हैं। हम क्या करेंगे? वो बड़ा काम कर रहे हैं, उनको देश में काम करना है, हमको छोटा काम करना है। मेरा जल संरक्षण की दिशा में बहुत बड़ा प्रयास नहीं है। मेरा प्रयास जल संरक्षण की दिशा में समुद्र में एक बूंद के बराबर है। लेकिन हमने अंधेला अंधेला नहीं कहा, मिट्टी का दिया लिया, उन्हीं किसानों का कपास लिया, उन्हीं किसानों की सरसों का तेल लिया, उन्हीं किसानों के साथ पटाखा मुक्त जल युक्त दीपावली मनाने की कोशिश की। हमारा मानना है, और मैंने इसलिए विधि का देश के सामने रखी, किस मेरी विधि में खेत पर मेड़ पर पेड़ वाली विधि में किसी प्रकार के किसी ट्रेनिंग की जरूरत नहीं है, किसी नवीन ज्ञान की जरूरत नहीं है, किसी प्रकार के औजार की जरूरत नहीं है। कोई भी कर सकता है, कभी भी कर सकता है। अपना फावड़ा उठाइए, अपनी बांस की डलिया उठाइए, सुबह अपने खेत पे जाइए और अपना 50 फावड़ा मार के आप खेतों में मिट्टी रख दीजिए। और बहुत पेड़ बड़े मत लगाइए। ये नहीं कहता कि आप बहुत बड़े पेड़ लगाइए, महुआ नहीं कहता हूं कि महुआ लगाइए 100 साल खड़ा, 100 साल पड़ा, 100 साल सड़ा, 300 साल महुआ का पेड़ जीता है। मैं कहता हूं नींबू लगाइए, करौंदा लगाइए, सहजन लगाइए, आंवला लगाइए, तुलसी लगाइए, और नहीं कुछ लगा सकते तो अरहर की दाल लगाइए। और उससे क्या होगा? उससे क्या होगा कि एक तो पानी खेत में रुकेगा। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा कि वर्षा की बूंदें जहां गिरे वहीं रोकें। जैसे हम दूध होता है, दूध में मलाई होती है, वैसे खेत में भी महत्वपूर्ण मिट्टी मलाई होती है। जब वो बह जाती है तो हमारे खेत के सारे जैविक तत्व बह जाते हैं। आज नदियां क्यों सूख गई? नदी क्यों सूख गई? नदी का कोई अपना पानी नहीं होता। हर नदी का निर्माण एक छोटे से नारे से होता है, नाले से नहीं, नारे से होता है। और क्या हुआ कि गांव में जो पानी आता था उस नारे में, हर गांव में नाला होता था, नारा होता था, और 10 गांव के बीच का वो नारा बन के एक नदी बन जाती थी। आज परिस्थिति क्या हो गई? हमारे देश में 18 करोड़ हेक्टेयर भूमि में खेती होती है, जिसमें से 12 करोड़ हेक्टेयर भूमि वर्षा जल पर आधारित है। हमारे पानी पाने के दो ही तरीके हैं, या तो भूजल या वर्षा जल। वर्षा के दिन 120 से घट के 41 हो गए, वर्षा के दिन घट हो गए। अब पानी तो उतना ही है। पानी पाने का भूजल से कब तक आप पानी जमीन से लेंगे? माँ से कितना लेंगे? बैंक से कितना पैसा निकालेंगे? जितना डालेंगे उतनी तो निकालेंगे भाई। कब आप कितना निकालेंगे? ये भी तो एक सीमा होगी लेने की। 1800 फीट पर पानी नहीं मिल रहा, 1800 फीट पर पानी नहीं मिल रहा। उज्जैन में 1200 फीट पे पानी नहीं मिल रहा। और जो पानी 200 फीट से नीचे का पानी जो होता है उसमें गैसें होती हैं, और वैज्ञानिक लोग अभी बता चर्चा जानते होंगे। फ्लोराइड की मात्रा, तमाम सारी वैज्ञानिक, उन विधियों को नहीं जानता मैं, गांव का हूं, सीधी विधि जानता हूं जिसपे मैं आपके साथ संवाद कर रहा हूं। हम सबको ये सोचना है, 1 मीटर वाटर लेवल नीचे जा रहा है, कैसे रुकेगा? जिस देश में, हमारे भारत में, गांव में दूध नहीं बिकता था, घी नहीं बिकता था, मट्ठा नहीं बिकता था, आज आप गांव जाइए, आपको दूध नहीं मिलेगा, मट्ठा नहीं मिलेगा, घी नहीं मिलेगा, लेकिन किराना की दुकान में 5000 बोतल पानी जरूर मिलेगा। ये क्या सब अच्छी बात है? इस समाज में, हमारे देश में पानी पिलाया जाता था, फ्री में पिलाया जाता था। जिस देश में दूध और घी फ्री में दिया जाता हो, वहां 20 रुपए लीटर का पानी गांव का आम आदमी, किसान, गरीब आदमी कैसे खरीद पाएगा? ये सोचने का विषय है। क्या हम इस दिशा में कुछ प्रयास कर सकते हैं? करना चाहिए, हो भी रहा है। इस बीच में एक बड़े व्यक्ति का उदय होता है। सौभाग्य से मैं किसी दल का व्यक्ति नहीं हूं, न मैं किसी पार्टी का मेंबर हूं, न किसी का प्रचारक हूं, लेकिन कोई अच्छा काम करता है उस बात की तारीफ होनी चाहिए। इस देश में उदय हुआ यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का, और मोदी जी ने चूंकि पानी के संकट को देखा था गुजरात में। मैं गुजरात गया हूं, गुजरात के अंतिम गांव में, द्वारकाधीश का अंतिम गांव कुरिंगा है, मैंने कुरिंगा में काम किया है। गुजरात के 3 तरफ से, आप सब लोग, बेहता साहब जानते होंगे, सब लोग जानते हैं, जो क्योंकि तमाम बड़े बड़े लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं, गुजरात में 3 तरफ से समुद्र है, पानी मीठा कम है वहां। तो मोदी जी प्रधानमंत्री हुए, मैं 35 वर्ष पहले की बात बता रहा हूं कि वहां राशन कार्ड से पानी मिला था एक ग्राम पंचायत में। अनिल जी, आप सीनियर जर्नलिस्ट हैं, आपको पता होगा। राशन कार्ड से पानी, उन्होंने उस पानी की कमी को पूरा करते हुए, गुजरात की नहरें आप देखिए कितनी सुंदर हैं, पानी बर्बाद नहीं होता है, मीठे पानी का प्रबंध किया। और देश के प्रधानमंत्री वह व्यक्ति हैं जिन्होंने गुजरात में जन्म लिया, पानी का संकट था, पानी के बारे में जानते हैं, और गुजरात को पानी से निजात दिलाया। और दूसरा, देश का भाग्य, इस देश के जल शक्ति मंत्री वह व्यक्ति हैं जो राजस्थान से आते हैं, पानी का संकट वहां भी था। तीसरी बड़ी, ये कहिए कि एक अच्छी बात है, इस देश के जल शक्ति राज्य मंत्री प्रहलाद सिंह पटेल हैं, जो कहां से आते हैं? भोपाल से आते हैं, और वहां भी पानी का संकट। और जो आपके सामने संवाद कर रहा हूं वो बुंदेलखंड से हूं। तो ये देश का भाग्य है कि अच्छे लोग, जब व्यक्ति, अच्छे लोग, मेहता साहब ने आज जो व्यवस्था करी, हम लोगों, सब लोगों के साथ जोड़ा है, उनका उद्देश्य क्या है? उनका उद्देश्य तो यही है ना, पीएचडी का तो उद्देश्य यही है ना, चैम्बर्स का उद्देश्य तो यही है ना, कि अच्छे लोग मिलकर के पानी बचावें। उनका निश्चित तो कोई उद्देश्य नहीं है। अब हमको, आपको ये सोचना है कि हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, हर मन की बात हो या सामाजिक सरोकारों का विषय हो, पानी और पेड़ प्रधानता के साथ उनके साथ आते हैं। हम सबको सोचना है। अभी एक मित्र हमारे सूचना की बात कर रहे थे, वो अपने लिए सूचना थोड़ी मांग रहे थे, वो तो देश के लिए कुछ मांग रहे थे। हम सबको सोचना है, काम करना है। और पानी बचाने के लिए, हम जब पैदा हुए थे तो कुएं की पूजा होती थी, और शायद आपके यहाँ भी कुएं की पूजा होती होगी, तालाब की पूजा होती थी, नदियों की पूजा होती थी। और हमारे यहाँ जब बच्चा पैदा होता था तो कुआं की पूजा होती थी, कुआं पुजाई कार्यक्रम होता था। उस कुएं ने आजादी के कितने लोगों को संदेश दिए हैं, उस कुएं ने कितनी माताओं और बहनों के संदेश दिए हैं, कितने, उस कुएं ने कितनी माताओं और बहनों को औलेना अपने पास रखे हैं, कितने दर्द लिए कुआं बैठा है, कुआं रो रहा है। क्या हमने कभी सोचा है, जिस कुआं का पानी अमृत पी करके हम बलवान हो गए, निरोग हो गए, देश दुनिया में लोग हमको जानते हैं, क्या कभी हम उस कुआं के पास गए हैं? सोचना पड़ेगा। वो कुआं आपको बुला रहा है, वो गांव आपको बुला रहा है, जिस गांव से आपने सब कुछ पाया, जिस गांव से आपने हवा पाई, पानी पाई, देश में सूरज बन के चमक रहे हैं, क्या वो गांव आप भूल जाएंगे? जाना पड़ेगा, बताना पड़ेगा, मिलना पड़ेगा। ये मेरा व्यक्तिगत आपसे अनुरोध, आग्रह है कि जहां जन्म लिया है आपने, जहां जिस कुएं का पानी पिया है आपने, जिस स्कूल में शिक्षा प्राप्त की है आपने, वहां जरूर जाइए एक बार आप। मैं, चूंकि मुझे कार्यक्रम में और भी जाना है, लेकिन ये कार्यक्रम मेरे लिए महत्वपूर्ण है, मैं 2-3 बातें कह के अपनी बात समाप्त करूंगा। समय की परिधि मुझे याद है, मेरा 30 मिनट दिया है, 24 मिनट मेरा हो गया है। मैं बच्चों से जरूर बात करूंगा और आज एक बड़ी बात कह रहा हूं जो मैं कभी मंचों पे नहीं कहता। मेरी माँ, आप टीवी पे देखते हैं, दूरदर्शन पे देखते हैं, मेरे बारे में बहुत सारी फिल्में बनी हैं, जल योद्धा उमाशंकर पांडे, मेड़बंदी एक अभियान, जलग्राम जखनी, पद्मश्री उमाशंकर पांडे, तमाम सारी चीजें आप देखते होंगे। लेकिन मैं आपसे संवाद करना चाहता हूँ, वो जिसको जो बनाने वाला है वो मेरी माँ थी। इस सृष्टि में माँ से बड़ा कोई नहीं है। व्यक्ति जब पैदा होता है तो सारे रिश्ते उसके पैदा होने के बाद शुरू होते हैं, लेकिन माँ एक ऐसी होती है कि माँ का रिश्ता 8 महीने पहले से शुरू हो जाता है। वो जन्म लेने के 8 महीने पहले आपके लिए भोजन त्यागती है, नींद त्यागती है, सब कुछ त्यागती है। इसलिए माँ की बात को नहीं टालना है। इस पृथ्वी पर माँ ही देवता है, पिता देवता है। पिता एक ऐसा बैंक है कि आप 500 रुपए मांगेंगे, उसमें बिल्कुल ना डालिए, डाले ही नहीं है आपने, लेकिन बड़े 500 मांगेंगे तो 200 रुपए तो देगा। एक बात और, जब आप फसल कम होती है किसान की, या नौकरी करने वाला प्राइवेट नौकरी करता है, कुछ भी सरकारी नौकरी करता है, उद्योग करता है, उसके पैसे पास में नहीं होते और आपके लिए कपड़े लेने जाते हैं और माँ के लिए धोती भी चप्पल लेने के लिए जाते हैं और उनकी जेब में पैसे नहीं होते, आपको अच्छे कपड़े लेते हैं, अच्छे जूते लेते हैं और वहीं पत्नी से आके कहते हैं कि मुझे लगा वो धोती ठीक नहीं थी, चप्पल अच्छी नहीं थी, मैं अगली बार बाजार जाऊंगा तुम्हारे लिए चप्पल धोती लाऊंगा। वो चप्पल धोती की बात नहीं थी, उनके पास पैसे नहीं थे, लेकिन आपको दिए कपड़े, आपको दी शिक्षा, आपके लिए अच्छा प्रबंध किया। अब आपकी जिम्मेदारी है कि आप अपने माँ बाप, पिता का, गांव का नाम रोशन करें, ये आपकी जिम्मेदारी है। गणेश जी गणेश कैसे बन गए? माता और पिता की परिक्रमा करके गणेश जी बन गए। भगवान राम एक क्षत्रिय कुल में पैदा हुआ राजकुमार, पिता के वचन को मान करके जंगल चला जाता है, वन चला जाता है, जब वो लौट कर आता है तो भगवान बन के आता है। ये किसके आशीर्वाद से? पिता के आशीर्वाद से। इसलिए अगर आप कुछ पाना चाहते हैं तो माता पिता, दादा दादी, नानी, इनके पास जरूर बैठिए। इनके बड़े अनुभव होते हैं, पुराने अनुभव होते हैं। अनुभव बाजार में नहीं मिलता, सब कुछ बाजार में मिल सकता है, अनुभव बाजार में नहीं मिलता। अनुभव तो खुद करना होता है। मैं ये बात कहूंगा आप सबसे कि इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि जब मेरा जन्म हुआ तो उस परिस्थिति में जन्म हुआ, एक अच्छे परिवार में जन्म हुआ, बहुत बड़ा नामी ग्रामी परिवार था मेरा। और मेरे पिताजी के जो बाबा हैं उनको फांसी हुई थी, इमली का पेड़ है फतेहपुर में, वो बामन में इमली उसको कहते हैं, 52 लोगों को एक साथ फांसी हुई थी आजादी की लड़ाई में। इधर मेरी माँ पक्ष खजुराहो के पास की थी, तो उनके जो परनाना थे उनको भी अंग्रेजी सरकार ने, हुकूमत ने गोली मारी थी। जब मैं पैदा हुआ, अंधविश्वास इस देश में बहुत रहा है। जब पैदा हुआ तो मैं दिव्यांग पैदा हुआ। उस समय मेरे परिवार के कुछ लोगों ने कहा कि इसको सुबह ना बैठाला करो, दिन खराब हो जाता है इसको देखने के बाद। मेरी माँ धक्का लगा, कुछ नहीं कहा उन्होंने। फिर 3-4 साल का हुआ मैं, मेरा परिवार फौजी और आर्मी का परिवार रहा, मजाक में भी हो सकता हो कहा हो, मैं नहीं कह सकता कि सही बात भी होगी। फिर 3-4 साल का जब मैं रहा, थोड़ा बैठने चलने लगा, तो एक बार फिर किसी ने कहा कि इसको बैठाल दो, इलाहाबाद और बनारस की ट्रेन में भीख मांगेगा, ये क्या करेगा? हमारे घर में कोई लंगड़ा थोड़ी पैदा होता है। मेरी माँ को क्रोध आ गया, और ये बात मैं पहली बार ऐसे मंच पे कह रहा हूं, कभी मैंने कही नहीं है। माँ को क्रोध आया और माँ ने कहा कि मैं अब बच्चे को लेके जा रही हूं, और इस बच्चे के जहां मेरे लड़के के जूते उतर जाएंगे वहां के बाद तुम्हारा प्रवेश नहीं होगा। और मुझे 17 साल तक मुझे जंगल में ले गई। खजुराहो के पास एक गांव था, उस गांव में 17 वर्ष मुझे रखा। संस्कृत, हिंदी, अंग्रेजी, उर्दू, अरबी, सारी भाषाओं के ज्ञान के टीचर लगाए उन्होंने। और 17 वर्ष के बाद 18वें वर्ष में जब मैं आया तो देश के बड़े बड़े अखबारों के लिए मैं लेख लिखने लगा। ये मेरी माँ की ताकत थी। और जब मुझे देश का सर्वोच्च नागरिक सम्मान मिला, वो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री कार्यालय से मुझे बताया गया, मेरी आंखों में आंसू आ गए। मैं सम्मान आज पा रहा हूं, देश का सर्वोच्च नागरिक सम्मान मुझे मिला है। उनमें से एक सम्मान पद्मश्री मुझे मिला है, जल योद्धा सम्मान मुझे मिला, सरकार ने दिया। देश का पहले जल योद्धा जल शक्ति मंत्रालय से पुरस्कार था, फिर बंद हो गया वो किन्हीं कारणों से। दुख मुझे ये हुआ कि मैं ये सम्मान अपनी मां के हाथों में नहीं रख सका। तमाम मेरे मित्र, देश भर के मेरे मित्र मुझे सम्मान देते हैं, मेरे साथ खड़े हैं। आज मेरा लेक्चर सुनने के लिए लोग बड़ी धनराशि देते हैं और बहुत बहुत देश विदेश से लोग मुझे बुलाना चाहते हैं कि पानी के बारे में, परंपरागत पानी के बारे में मुझे 2 घंटे का समय चाहिए होता है जब मैं बोलता हूँ, और लोग 5-5 घंटे विश्वविद्यालय में सुनते हैं। लेकिन दुख है कि मेरी माँ मेरे साथ पद्म सम्मान के समय, या पद्म सम्मान उनके हाथों में चरणों में नहीं रख सका। बस मैंने रिजर्वेशन कराया पद्म सम्मान के लिए, स्लीपर मैं ट्रेन से मैंने अपना रिजर्वेशन कराया और पत्नी का रिजर्वेशन कराया। तो गृह मंत्रालय जब मैंने कागज भेजा तो उन्होंने कहा नहीं, आप जहाज से आएंगे, आप और आपकी पत्नी और आपके बच्चे, क्योंकि आपके साथ आपकी पत्नी ने बहुत संघर्ष किया है। स्वाभाविक है कि जीवन में 2 व्यक्तियों का बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण योगदान होता है, एक माता पिता का, दूसरा पत्नी का। अगर माँ पिता का आशीर्वाद मिल गया, पत्नी का साथ मिल गया, बच्चे साथ दे गए, तो वह घर स्वर्ग हो जाता है। और अगर इन लोगों का साथ नहीं मिला तो बनी बनाई गृहस्थी बिगड़ जाती है। तो इसलिए बात आप सबसे कह रहा हूं कि जीवन में कुछ बनना है तो तय करो, लक्ष्य तय करो, मुझे यह बनना है, लक्ष्य तय करो। आपको भविष्य में आप ही में से आईपीएस बनेंगे, आईएएस बनेंगे, आईआरएस बनेंगे, आईएफएस फॉरेस्ट बनेंगे, आईएफएस फॉरेन बनेंगे, वैज्ञानिक बनेंगे, किसान बनेंगे, उद्योगपति बनेंगे। आपको आज ही से तय करना है, गोल तय करना है कि मुझे ये बनना है, और बन के रहेंगे। संकल्प में शक्ति होती है। मुझे जब 99 में राज्यपाल पुरस्कार मिला तो तत्कालीन राज्यपाल सूरजभान साहब हमारे गवर्नर थे उत्तर प्रदेश के, तत्कालीन मुख्यमंत्री हमारे राम प्रकाश गुप्ता साहब थे। राजभवन में उन्हें सम्मान देते समय मुझे 2 बातें कही थी, वो आज मुझे याद है, और मेरे लिए बड़ी प्रेरणा की बातें थी, और वहां तक मैं उन्हीं की बातों के सहारे पहुंचा। उन्होंने कहा था कि मैं उत्तर प्रदेश का प्रथम नागरिक आपको राजभवन में सम्मानित कर रहा हूं, और ये सम्मान यूं तो सरकारी तमाम विभागों से सम्मान मिलते ही रहते हैं, लेकिन ये कागज का टुकड़ा मानेंगे तो इसको कहीं भी रख दीजिएगा, लेकिन राज्यपाल का पुरस्कार मानेंगे और इसकी मर्यादा को रखेंगे तो आप एक दिन आपको देश का प्रथम नागरिक राष्ट्रपति पद्म सम्मान भी देगा। लेकिन उसके लिए जलना होगा, तपना होगा, चलना होगा, कई बार टूटना होगा, टूट के बिखरना होगा। मैंने उनकी बातों को माना, और जब जखनी में काम शुरू किया, डॉक्टर जितेंद्र जी मैं आपसे साझा करूं, सुधा पंत जी को शायद मैंने ये बात उनको भेजी भी थी कि उस बात को लेकर जखनी जो गांव था जहां पर लोग मांग मांग करके खाते थे, आज जखनी गांव पूरे भारत का जलग्राम माना जाता है। और जलग्राम, उसके जलग्राम के मॉडल पर 1050 जलग्राम बनाए देश में। अटल भूजल योजना जखनी मॉडल पर आई, जल जीवन के लिए जखनी आया। पहले 470 ग्राम पंचायत उस मॉडल को लागू किया गया, उस मॉडल को 470 ग्राम पंचायतों में लागू किया, फिर 1 लाख गांव में उस मॉडल को लागू किया उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने। फिर इसके बाद नीति आयोग ने उसे पूरे देश में, और जल शक्ति मंत्रालय ने कहा हर गांव बनेगा जलग्राम जखनी की भांति। उस गांव ने बुंदेलखंड में बासमती धान, मेरे गांव में ने जब प्रयोग किया 17-18 धान का 11-21 हम लेके आए, तो उस गांव से 25,000 कुंटल बासमती धान हमने अपने गांव पैदा किया। और आप समझिए, मेरा नहीं, किसानों का सहयोग था, मैं तो उसमें कुछ कहीं लगता ही नहीं हूं। बुंदेलखंड के झांसी में बासमती राइस मिल की 250-250 करोड़ की राइस मिलें लगाई जा रही है। जालौन में 1 किलो धान नहीं पैदा होता था, सरकारी धान खरीद केंद्र खोले गए हैं। बांदा से चित्रकूट प्रतिदिन 1 मार्च से मालगाड़ी से पानी जाता था मानीपुर। आज स्थिति यह है कि वहां से राजापुर से मालगाड़ी में धान आ रहा है। और ये मैं नहीं कह रहा, ये सारी बातें मैं आपसे नहीं कह रहा हूं। आप नेट पे जाइए, मेरी बात को देखिए कि सही कह रहा हूं कि गलत कह रहा हूं। उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने 1000 करोड़ से अधिक का धान किसानों से खरीदा है कि नहीं खरीदा है? 10,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का गेहूं बुंदेलखंड के किसानों से खरीदा है कि नहीं खरीदा है? 2 मीटर ऊपर वाटर लेवल आया है, ऐसा भूजल की रिपोर्ट कहती है कि नहीं कहती है? बुंदेलखंड का पलायन रुका है कि नहीं रुका? ये आप देखिए, नौजवान पीढ़ी, आप विश्वास मत करिए बातों पर, आप जाइए। अगर माननीय कृषि मंत्री जी तोमर साहब के यहाँ से रिपोर्ट जारी होती है कि खेत पर मेड़ और मेड़ पर पेड़ 4 लाख किसानों ने देश में स्वीकार किया है, तो मैं मानता हूं कि अब अभियान सफल है। ये मैं नहीं कहता, अगर मुझसे कोई पूछे तो मैं कहूंगा कि 50 लाख किसानों ने मेड़बंदी की है, और की ही है। देवास में 1 किलो धान नहीं पैदा होता था, विदिशा में, रायसेन में 1 किलो नहीं होता था। पिछले 5 वर्षों में 1 करोड़ कुंटल धान पैदा हुआ है दोनों जिलों में। मेरा प्रयास नहीं है, अकेले में कुछ नहीं कर सकता। मैं तो चल भी नहीं पाता था, व्हील चेयर में चलता था, वो तो माता का आशीर्वाद मिला। पूरे देश और दुनिया का आदमी, अगर हमारे देश के मंत्री ऑस्ट्रेलिया जाते हैं, उत्तर प्रदेश के जल शक्ति मंत्री जी, लोग पूछते हैं वहां ऑस्ट्रेलिया में, वो उमाशंकर पांडे जी की तकनीक के बारे में कुछ बताइए। इजराइल की टीम पूछती आती है, बुंदेलखंड जाती है, तो आप बैठे हैं, मालूम है गूंगा भाई, उनसे बात कराइए, उनकी टीम दिखाइए। दुनिया के जापान, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, यूएसए, सारे दुनिया के विकसित देश सब हमारी तकनीक खेत पर मेड़ और मेड़ पर पेड़ को लेना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि ये पैसे की नहीं है, फ्री की तकनीक है और पेड़ लगाना है। मैं पहले कहता हूं, पेड़ लगाना है भाई। मैं हर भाषण जाने को तैयार हूं, मुझे कहीं कोई बुलाएगा, मेरा कोई चार्ज नहीं है। जो पेड़ लगाएगा, पानी बचाएगा, पानी की बात करेगा, मैं उसके साथ जीवन भर खड़ा हूं। मुझे पैसे नहीं कमाना, मेरी माँ ने कहा था, मेरी माँ ने कहा था। इसलिए बात कहता हूं कि जब लोग पैसे की बात करते हैं, देने की बात करते हैं, एक कवि को अगर पैसा मिलता है, एक कलाकार को पैसा मिलता है, एक हीरो हीरोइन को अगर पैसा मिलता है, तो क्या जल की बात करने वाले व्यक्ति को पैसे नहीं मिलने चाहिए? मैं तो जहां मुझे मिलता है, मैं वहीं पर 2000 रुपए लेकर के बाकी पैसे उस संस्था को देके चलाता हूं। मैं कभी पैसे नहीं लाता अपने साथ। मैं उस संस्था को, उस व्यक्ति को भी तो मजबूत होना चाहिए। मेरे साथ तो मेरी लिस्ट बनी हुई है 200 लोगों की, मित्रों की। मैं कभी भी, मुझे रिविजन कराना है, तुरंत मैंने कहा तो पूछते, भैया कहाँ जाना है? मुझे भोपाल जाना है। ठीक भैया, स्टेशन में मुझे टिकट आने जाने के मिल जाएंगे और वो खर्चा मुझको लिफाफे में दे जाएंगे। आज तक मेरे मित्रों ने पूछा नहीं मुझसे। तमाम मित्र ऐसे बैठे हैं जो अपने आप कहते हैं, भैया कहाँ जाना है? चला जाएगा। अच्छा भैया ठीक। तो दवा करनी है, एम्स जाना है, कहीं भी मुझे जाना है, मेरे पीछे एक बहुत बड़ी टीम खड़ी है। वो इसलिए खड़ी है कि उन्होंने मेरी करनी और कथनी में अंतर नहीं देखा है। और आपको भी जीवन में, मेरी माँ ने एक बार कहा था, मैं कुछ काम कर रहा था एक संस्था में, जो विश्वविद्यालय में था, मैं चित्रकूट में। मेरी माँ, इसलिए मैं आपके साथ, बच्चे बैठे इसलिए बात बता रहा हूं, तो मैं करीब 15 दिन विश्वविद्यालय नहीं गया। तो मेरी माँ ने कहा कि तुम वहां गए नहीं अपने काम से? मैंने कहा माँ, आप थोड़े दिन बाद चले जाएंगे। बोले तुम वहां से तनख्वाह लेते हो और काम यहाँ करते हो, तो चोरी कर रहे हो। मैंने कहा बच्चों को कैसे पालन पोषण होगा? बोले अच्छा, तुमको ये कब से भय हो गया कि बच्चे तुम पाल रहे हो? बच्चे वो पाल रहा है। और मैं दूसरे दिन जाकर के विश्वविद्यालय की नौकरी से इस्तीफा देके चला आया। जब आया तो मेरी माँ ने कहा अब अच्छा ठीक किया। तो जब ये सब ऐसे बड़े, जिसके पीछे जीजाबाई को जीजाबाई बनने वाली माँ थी, शिवाजी को शिवाजी बनाने वाली माँ थी, और व्यक्ति के जीवन में सबसे पहले गुरु माँ है। और इस सृष्टि में 3 व्यक्ति ऐसे हैं जो व्यक्ति को बड़ा बनाते हैं, चौथा कोई व्यक्ति नहीं मुझे मिला। एक टीचर चाहता है सदैव, शिक्षक चाहता है सदैव कि उसका पढ़ाया हुआ छात्र उससे बड़ा बन जाए, और पिता चाहता है कि उसका पुत्र उससे बड़ा बने, उसे पराजित करे, और मित्र चाहता है कि मेरा मित्र मुझसे बड़ा बने। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ आप सबको, मेरा 35 मिनट हो गया, 5 मिनट मैंने ज्यादा ले लिए, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। फिर आपके साथ आऊंगा। आपने मुझे बुलाया जितेंद्र जी, आपकी पूरी टीम को, आपको, अगर मुझसे कुछ गलती हो गई हो, भावुकता में कोई बात कह गया हूं, तो मुझे माफ कर देंगे, क्षमा कर देंगे। मेहता साहब, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आप सबका, आपने मुझे बुलाया, अवसर दिया। मैं पंथ जी का और सारे साथियों, जितेंद्र जी का, उनकी पूरी टीम का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आप सबने मुझे अवसर दिया, फिर कभी अवसर देंगे, आपकी भी चाहूंगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। मेरे पास तो कुछ शब्द ही नहीं है आपको थैंक्स करने के लिए, जो इसने, आपने इतना लोगों को चार्ज अप किया और मोटिवेट किया। आपके लिए सिर्फ एक ही बात मेरे ख्याल में आती है कि आपकी तरफ से मैं बोलना चाहूँगा कि अगर देखनी है आपने मेरी उड़ान, अगर देखनी है आपने मेरी उड़ान, तो थोड़ा ऊंचा और कर दो आसमान। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं मेहता साहब से बोलूँगा कि अगर 1 मिनट के लिए आप सर थैंक्स करना चाहेंगे तो दैट विल बी वंडरफुल फॉर अस। मैं आग्रह करूंगा सब बच्चों से जिन्होंने पेंटिंग कंपटीशन में भाग लिया, कृपया वो सब मंच पे आए. काइंडली कम ऑन द डाइस, be a part of this ceremony, and this is one of the brightest opportunity for you to being with one of the most, you can say, the water योद्धा of our country, पद्म श्री उमा शंकर पांडे जी. आप सब आइए स्टेज पे.
all know that art is the most powerful means of communication. आप जो बात किसी लैंग्वेज से नहीं बोल सकते हैं, आर्ट के थ्रू कर सकते हैं. So I really congratulate PhD Chambers for organizing this art competition, and it has really brought another dimension to our program for hosting this water conclave. And the schools, the principals, and especially the art teachers who've given their so much time to the children to do this work. Thank you, all of you. The worst thing is to be a judge. We cannot ever judge anybody, but still we have to kind of say who's done really well, worked hard. It's Saurabh Sarohi. School is Tamanna. He's very gifted and has been working very well. Saurabh Sarohi. We'd like to see the teacher along with the child. Where's the teacher? Teacher's there, yes. And the special mention is for Soumya Srivastav. She's also done very well for this. From government school, we have Purvi Chauhan. She's done really very well. She's from PNT Atul Grove Road School. Purvi, we'd like to see your teacher along with you. Where is it? Purvi, we'd like to see your teacher with you. Yes. Yeah, please come forward. आइए मैम. सही मैम. And special mention to Vineet from Nutan Marathi School. We'd like to have the teacher along. कौन सा स्कूल है? ये हो जाए. Sovik Sasmal Salwan Public School. We need the teacher there. Yes, please. And Vidhi Singh, she's done a wonderful painting. I would like the teacher to be there. She's from Air Force School. Very nice work. Very good. And I apologize to all the children because we can't judge you, but wonderful work you all have done. We appreciate your work. Please come with it. Come forward.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And special praise to the jury members. I request our dignitaries to kindly felicitate them. Dr. Radhana Gupta, Modern School, Barakhamba Road. Sir, Shri JP Singh ji, senior artist, President of India State, retired. He is one of our jury members. Thank you very much, sir. And our own Shri Hariom Kathuria, our creative artist, PhD Chamber of Commerce. थैंक यू मैडम। इनफैक्ट ये हमारा उद्देश्य था कि हम बहुत सीरियस कॉन्फ्रेंसेस को करते हैं और जो लीडर्स ऑफ टुमारो हैं जिनको सारा काम करना है जल संरक्षण में, उनको अगर हम नहीं उनको उत्साहित करेंगे तो कैसे होगा। तो इस करके एक आग्रह था कि हम छोटा सा ये साथ में हम साइड में इवेंट करें और ये बच्चों को हम थोड़ा उत्साहित करें। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर। थैंक यू। और हमारे स्पेशल आर्ट एजुकेटर्स के अवार्ड्स हैं जिन स्कूल्स ने पार्टिसिपेट किया। मैं आग्रह करूंगा कि वो फैकल्टी मेंबर्स ऊपर आएं और उस स्कूल के लिए अपना एक अवार्ड ले लें। मैम कैन यू अनाउंस द नेम्स ऑफ द स्कूल्स? फैकल्टी मेंबर्स कैन कम।
Salwan Public School. Then we have the teacher. Tamanna School. Tamanna. तमन्ना स्कूल ये सही है, आपका है, आप आइए। चलिए TNC आ जाइए। TNC नूतन मराठी स्कूल। आइए तमन्ना स्कूल। Amity International, Tagore International, this is Air Force School, yeah. Amity International, Amity आ रहा है। Amity कहाँ? We'll do Springdale right now. Springdale to sir. Tagore International School. Are you know? अब कौन सा स्कूल है? अटल आदर्श विद्यालय गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में। एंड सर बहुत मेहनत करते हैं बच्चों के साथ, with those government school children. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. Thank you indeed. And thank you to all the art fraternity who have come here and blessed all of us with beautiful paintings of all these students. Thank you very much indeed. A big round of applause for all the students and the art educators and the schools.
आप सब मानेंगे कि हम सब मिलके भी जिस तरह का हमें धन्यवाद आपको देना चाहिए हम दे नहीं पाते। हम तो सिर्फ इच्छा करेंगे कि आप अपने जैसे कम से कम 100 और लोगों को आगे समाज में आगे बढ़ाएं। आपको पधारना है। मैं अब यहीं पर ये कार्यक्रम खत्म करूंगा क्योंकि अब किसी और फंक्शन के लिए लेट हो रहे हैं, लेकिन आप सबसे एक बार रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा खड़े होके अच्छी तरह से अभिवादन करें।
उस पर भी कभी चर्चा होगी।
The next session will
Mission
start
Life.
immediately. I would like to request the speakers for the next session to please come on stage. Shri Ranjan Dhingra, Shri Ratnesh Jha, Shri Saket Kumar, please come on stage. Dr. Shantanu Basu, Shri Anupam Bajpai, Sominal Mukherjee, please. I would request the audience to please be seated. I would request the audience to please be seated so that we can start the next session. So please, I would request the audience to please be seated so we can start the next session. Thank you. Welcome to the technical session 1. We've had a very, very productive inaugural session, and we had a wonderful presentation by Sri Uma Shankar Pandey, who's received the Padam Shri for his water conservation efforts. Technical session 1 is all about sustainable water management and circular economy. So water constitutes 71% of this planet. And yet only 3% of that is actually fresh water, out of which 0.5% is available to us for drinking. The rest is locked up in glaciers, in the soil, underground. Now that 0.5%, thanks to consumption, pollution, climate change, is under a tremendous amount of stress. And I think the earlier speakers had read the reports and ratings on how by 2030, we may not have enough water to sustain ourselves. So sustainable water management is extremely, extremely important. And this conference is all about new technologies and innovations as to how we can achieve this rapidly over the next few years. And we have a very distinguished panel of speakers here. And I would like to start with Sri Ranjan Dhingra. He's the president of the Rotary India Water Conservation Trust. And he would, sir, I welcome you to please give your presentation and tell us more about your efforts in water conservation.
Thank you so much. Friends, immediately after the motivational speech of Padam Shri Pandey ji, it is a humongous task for me to make you or keep you awake. Nevertheless, at the outset, let me congratulate each and every young student artist who participated in the water conservation competition today. I understand each one of these students have gone back. Friends, being the president of Rotary India Water Conservation Trust, I was wondering, whether we are going to be misfit into the seminar today or this conclave. But nevertheless, when I heard Pandey ji, I said no. उन्होंने अपनी तरफ से काफी बोला है और वो भी he has talked about the entire concept, how the water can be conserved, harnessed, harvested, and even managed. So we Rotarians are basically doing the same kind of job. We are not into the kind of apps. We're not into the kind of equipments or the instruments to measure. We are just into the kind of motivate people and gather around, yes, Jal hi Jeevan hai. That is what we have. Well, the concept of Pandey ji, khet pe made pe paid, no doubt about it. One of the best thing what he can do. And friends, we'll also go through some of these practices, the best practices we have gathered in our Rotary India Water Conservation Trust. I have some slides, number of slides, but I will not go through each and every one. I'll run through those. Reason being, कि जो मैं यहाँ देख रहा हूँ, हमें सिर्फ concept के ऊपर आना है, ना कि details के ऊपर जाना है. Details we can go sometimes later, perhaps. Good. ये चलेगा किसे? चला देंगे? Good, thank you. Friends, yes, the elixir of life. We always say that. Jal hi जीवन है. हम सबको मालूम भी है. अभी मैम ने भी बताया कि 75% of the entire earth is with water. And 95% of that is in the sea. So friends, only 3% is with us. And out of 3%, उन्होंने कहा, 1%, पांडे जी ने भी कहा कि सिर्फ 1% ही है जिसको हम यूटिलाइज कर सकते हैं. So friends, you can see कितना expensive पानी है. तो उसको कैसे बचा के रखना. और of course, 66% of the entire water, the weight of our body is with water. Friends, मैं इसके ऊपर नहीं जाऊंगा. We all know about it, how scarce the water is, and what is the number of cities which are getting dried up. And yes, somebody talked about in the year 2025, 2030, 1340 cubic meter पानी ही हमारे पास रहेगा एक individual के लिए per annum. So you can well imagine, friends. So पांडे जी ने भी कहा, the moment हम 1100 से नीचे आ गए, तो समझिए खतरे की घंटी बज गई. So that is what we are seeing in the year 2050, 1140. So friends, what बाहर के मुल्कों में, the Western world, or the people or the countries which have got enough of water, they got 1700 cubic meter as the water. Friends, current scenario भी मैं नहीं बोलना चाहूँगा, 4000 बिलियन क्यूबिक मीटर पानी जिसकी हमें हर वर्ष हमें मिलता है. But friends, you know how much water we are using? Hardly 40% of that. Just 40% of that. So 60% goes waste. कहाँ जाता है? यही तो हमारी टेक्निक है जो पांडे जी ने भी बताई. हम भी उसी के ऊपर थोड़ा चर्चा करेंगे. That how do we catch that 60% of water so that हमारी पानी की कमी जो है पूरी हो जाए. So friends, yes, we all know about it. I'm sure about it. The maximum consumption of water is in the agricultural field, 80%. हम हरदम कहते हैं कि नलका बंद करो, ये करो, वो करो. So many things we talk about. Brushing करो, तो don't take that much of water. But friends, we are using only 2% of that water available. Industry uses 9% of that water available. Whereas in agriculture uses 80%. So friends, we must take care of our agriculture. यही तो पांडे जी ने कहा कि वहां पे पेड़ लगाने हैं. So friends, let's see the next one. I will not touch that because many cities are, yes. Let's see the concept of Rotary Water Conservation Trust. Friends, we Rotarians, normally people talk about, they are from elite society. They talk about different things, not about social work. But friends, in the year 2003, we had the water management convention in Delhi, where Abdul Kalam ji was the chief guest, and I was the chairman of that at Vigyan Bhavan. So we had a Delhi declaration. We thought of having a Rotary India Water Conservation Trust, mainly to conserve. And what is our mission? I'll just talk about that. Friends, the mission of our Rotary India Water Conservation Trust is optimal sustainable development, maintenance of quality, and efficient use of water. पहले कई वक्ताओं ने भी कहा कि हम जिस पानी की बात कर रहे हैं, quality होनी चाहिए. That is our mission also. The use of water by way of conservation, management for the economic development of the humanity. Economic development of humanity तभी हो सकेगी जब हमारे पास पानी पर्याप्त मात्रा में उपलब्ध होगा. So friends, we came out with a acronym. हमने कहा कि जिसमें सारे projects comprehensive and holistic way में ला सकें. So we came out with a acronym called WATER, water. What do we mean by water? Friends, water is, W is watershed management. Under the watershed management, we have all kinds of check dams. जो अब इन्होंने भी समझाया, पेड़ खेत पे मेड़ पे पेड़. So मेड़ here, one of those bunding. We call it as bunding. We have check dams. We have bundings. We have even the gabion structures. वो हमारे watershed management में आ जाते हैं. Second, we have the awareness. Awareness के लिए I must congratulate once again the PhD chamber here. उन्होंने इतना बढ़िया पेंट competition करवाया आज और उसको awareness में ला सके हम. Third, friends, we have the transformation. T, transformation of the water body, rejuvenation of water bodies. And fourth, we have the efficient use of water. The moment we talk about efficient use of water, it means we are talking about reduce, recycle, and the basic thing is reuse and respect. अगर हम पानी को respect नहीं करेंगे, तो पानी भी एक दिन हमें धोखा जरूर देगा. So friends, the last one we have is the R, rainwater harvesting, the most common. Friends, इसमें मैं एक चीज आप लोगों को बताना चाहूँगा, the kind of commitment we Rotarians have given to the Minister of Jal Shakti, Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji, the other day, about a year back. The whatever is the total project term value in the water projects, 10% of that will be done by Rotary in India Water Conservation Trust in the country. And friends, उन्होंने कहा कि हम 1 लाख चेक डैम्स बनाएंगे 5 वर्ष में. रोटरी ने कहा हम 10,000 चेक डैम्स आपको बनाकर देंगे. ये हमारी कमिटमेंट है. Similarly, मोटा मोटी में लूंगा. Second, we have the water, the transformation of the water bodies. उन्होंने कहा 1 लाख हमारा कमिटमेंट है भारतवर्ष में. हमने कहा हम उसका 10,000 आपको करके देंगे. Friends, we are on the move. We are on the move. How we are on the move? I'll just let you know that. ये हमने अभी आपको बताया watershed management के बारे में. So friends, basically है क्या? It is a rain water. एक बहुत अच्छा प्रोग्राम है जल शक्ति का भी. Catch the rain when it falls, where it falls. Basically वही है concept. सारा सस्टेनेबिलिटी उसी के ऊपर टिकी हुई है. और यहाँ पे हमने वही कहा कि जहां जहां से पानी बहता है उसको रोक के रखो. चेक डैम्स बना लो, गेबियन स्ट्रक्चर्स बना लो, बंडिंग बना लो, मेड बना लो, मेड के ऊपर पेड़ लगा लो. फ्रेंड्स, दैट इज एग्जैक्टली द सिस्टम वी हैव विद अस. उसमें क्या होगा कि जैसे आप बनाएंगे तो नेचुरली उसमें क्या पानी नीचे जाएगा, पर्कोलेट डाउन होगा, एक्वाफायर्स बढ़ते चले जाएंगे. जो बोरवेल्स पड़े हुए हैं सूखे, वहां पानी भरता चला जाएगा. इट टेक्स टाइम, नो इट टेक्स टाइम, बट दिस इज द प्रोसेस. एंड क्या होगा फ्रेंड्स, इस बीच में जो हमारी जो यंगस्टर्स हैं जो गांव छोड़ के शहर की तरफ भागते हैं, वो रिवर्स माइग्रेशन शुरू हो जाएगी. वी हैव फेस्ड इट, वी हैव एक्सपीरियंस्ड दिस. 2004 से हमने चेक डैम बनाने शुरू किए हैं. फ्रेंड्स, लेट मी जस्ट शेयर विद यू. टिल डेट, under RIWCT, we have constructed more than 500 check dams in the country. And the 500 check dams कहाँ बनाए हमने? अलवर, सीकर, बुंदेलखंड में भी बनाए हैं, महाराष्ट्र में बनाए हैं, कई जगह बनाए हैं. So friends, if I go there, see there and see the Ashirwad or get the Ashirwad from all the old generation, it's amazing, awesome. So friends, this is all we have in the watershed development. एंड ऑब्जेक्टिव्स मैंने पहले कुछ आपको बताया थोड़ा बहुत, मैं उस पर दोबारा कह भी देता हूं. सॉरी, ओके, ये लगता है कुछ 3 चीजें बाकी हैं. नेवर माइंड. फ्रेंड्स, इसमें छोटा सा बैकग्राउंड में देना चाहूंगा, शायद स्लाइड्स में नहीं आ सकी वो. द रीजन फॉर दैट इज द फिगर्स वाज, you see most of the time the ladies carrying, matka on their head, traveling almost miles and miles together to fetch a pot of water. क्या होता है? इसी को रोकने के लिए, the bore wells को लाने के लिए, चेक डैम्स में जो पानी आ जाता है, because the area, जितना भी एरिया उसके साथ है वो बहुत ज्यादा बन जाता है. Yes, sorry, आगे पीछे हो गया थोड़ा सा. Next. Need for the project. What is exactly why do we have this kind of project with us? Friends, it's basically the surface runoff जो होता है ना, वो reduce होता चला जाता है. उसको रोकने के लिए हम कोशिश करते हैं. Improve availability, access of water for agriculture use. मैं आपको थोड़ा इम्पैक्ट दिखाना चाहूंगा कि बिफोर चेक डैम एंड आफ्टर चेक डैम क्या पोजीशन रही है. बिफोर चेक डैम जब हमने बनाया तो देखिए क्या स्थिति रही. After that, क्या greenery शुरू हो गई. And this check dam basically has a water holding capacity of 240,000 cubic feet. Friends, only one rainwater season. एक पहली रेन में ही 240,000 square cubic feet capacity इसमें भर जाती है. You can well imagine if you have 2 rains or 3 rains, what will be the condition like? And when the water percolates down, aquifers भर जाते हैं और आसपास की जितनी भी लैंड है उसे पानी की क्षमता बढ़ जाती है, मॉइस्चर आ जाता है. एंड एक क्रॉप जहां होती थी पहले, द पीपल आर गेटिंग नाउ 3 crops. आई हैव सीन, आई मेट पीपल, द फार्मर्स यूज्ड टू गेट 3,000 rupees a month. आज वो 60 हजार रुपये महीना कमा रहे हैं इसी विधि से. फ्रेंड्स, another one we have, similarly we have different kind of watersheds. इसमें आउटकम की मैं थोड़ा आपसे चर्चा करना पसंद करूंगा. मैंने आपको बताया करीबन 500 चेक डैम्स हम बना चुके हैं. इट मीन्स अबाउट 800 लाख क्यूबिक मीटर पानी को हमने इकट्ठा किया है इन 500 चेक डैम्स के अंदर. एंड प्लस फ्रेंड्स, 1000 विलेजेस और 9 लाख हाउस होल्ड्स इससे बेनिफिट हुए हैं. दे आर द बेनिफिशियरीज out of this, and it has impacted more than 45 lakh people around. And friends, the height of this is the 8.5 lakh acre agricultural land has been benefited out of that. How do we execute? Friends, we have a knowledge partner to do this job. And who is the knowledge partner? You can well imagine, none other than PhD, RDF, Rural Development Foundation. They are our major partners. And we have signed a MOU with them way back in 2007. And it is the 500 check dams what we have done because of them. Thank you so much, PhD. Second, we have the community. Friends, the community, because they must own. पांडे जी ने भी कहा कि 10% या 5% कम्युनिटी को ओन करना पड़ेगा. अगर वो नहीं करते, इसका मतलब कहीं ना कहीं हमारी कमियां हैं. So we have asked for 10 to 15%. जितना श्रम लेबर होती है, पत्थर होते हैं, वो वहां की कम्युनिटी ही देती है हमें उस चेक डैम को बनाने के लिए. And friends, Rotary, that's and the CSR, we collect about 60 to 70%. That's how we do it. That's our model of doing it. Friends, RAWCT has also in the meantime signed MOU with National Water Mission under Ministry of Jal Shakti, because this will give us a pan-India commitment to do the jobs. And anywhere, any place, they will be there to support us. Right. Let me now bring you to the transformation of the water bodies. Friends, transformation of water bodies, I also said about 10,000 we are committed to. They're different kind. Johad, ponds, even the the step borewells, Bawris. In the olden times, you must have seen Bawris बहुत common होती थी और बहुत popular होती थी, जिसकी वजह से पानी हर जगह हर मंदिर के साथ होता था. So friends, we are losing out those, but still we are now working on those. क्यों ये इसकी क्यों कमी आ गई है? क्यों ये सब चले गए? Water bodies क्यों खत्म हो गई हैं? It's basically because we encroached the area. The land mafia has taken over that. And friends, it's very difficult. But now we got more than, I don't know how many millions of water bodies in the country. 60% of those water bodies have been encroached upon. So we are working on those, and maybe very soon we will be taking, as I said before, 10,000 water bodies we are committed to. We'll be giving the results. I'm not going into the steps we are going to follow into that. Benefits मैं इतना ही बताना चाहूँगा आप लोगों को. It acts as a storage of water, provides drinking water, recharges groundwater level, provides water for cattle, animals, and birds. Bird sanctuaries all over. मेहसाना गुजरात में हमने water body की है. उसमें काफी लागत भी आई थी, friends. And the whole thing is recreational area भी बना है वहाँ पे. And you see the bird sanctuaries also around. Provides water supply for the irrigation and the recreational facilities, as I said before. Costing, I'm not going to discuss today. One thing I would like to mention here, friends, we have signed the MOU with BCKIC. It's one of the cluster of PSA. What is PSA? It's Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India, Prime Minister's Special Cell. Mr. Mukherjee is part of that. I'm grateful to him that that's a kind of agreement we have signed with him. And we are working on one of the clusters in Bhubaneswar. The second one is in Telangana. We'll be doing that. And friends, there we are basically doing the water bodies transformation rejuvenation. And very soon, I think they've got 200 clusters around in the country. 7 clusters at the moment, and many more are coming up. So we'll be participating in many of these. Friends, ये इसको मैं ज़्यादा highlight नहीं करूँगा. Maybe Mukherjee साहब will highlight those areas, how it can be done. Yeah. Friends, last but not the least, I will touch upon the subject of efficient use of water. As I said before, this is reduce, recycle, and respect and reuse. When I say reduce, friends, आपके wash basins में and other sink में, सब places में आप देखें पानी छोड़ देते हैं. We have a thing called aerators, very low cost aerators. उसको आप लगा दीजिए, very simple to install. लगा दीजिए और आप देखिए जो पानी की क्षमता है, तो प्रेशर उतना ही रहेगा, लेकिन पानी की जो आउटफ्लो है कम हो जाएगी. And friends, this reduces the water flow, the use of water, reduces the water flow completely. And friends, here also we have committed Government of India how many households we are going to take care of. वो बाद में देखेंगे क्या करना है. Recycle, friends. When I talk about recycle में हम क्या कर सकते हैं? Grey water आपके हर घर में बताया था 40 to 50% the grey water which is coming out. So friends, let's look into the grey water system also. So we have, let's say, the systems which can convert the grey water into the usable water, but only for the horticulture or washing of your cars, etc., etc., etc. Not for the potable ones. And friends, last but not the least, in the same cases reduction, we have the micro irrigation systems, or we have the drip irrigation systems or sprinkler irrigation systems. All these can be worked out, but paucity of time, I will not take much. And the friends, the rainwater harvesting. मेरी आप सबसे गुजारिश है, चाहे आप कॉलोनी में रहते हैं, गेटेड प्रॉपर्टीज में रहते हैं, अपने बंगलोज में रहते हैं, आपकी अपनी इंडस्ट्रीज हैं, please see to it that each and every unit has a rainwater harvesting itself. Because rainwater harvesting is basically for the storage purposes, for to gain out of that during the, let's say, the time when you don't have the rains, and also for recharging of the groundwater. ये दो पर्पस है रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग के. एक लास्ट चीज मैं आपको बताना पसंद करूंगा. Yeah. Components I'm not touching. Benefits. Groundwater table rises with quality improvisions. Economic benefits are there. Ready availability at the end of the point of the consumption. Reduces flooding. Friends, आप देखते होंगे in most of the time our highways or roads are getting flooded. Clogging हो जाती है. So these are the ways we are touching some of the highways now, and maybe those will be cleared of these clogging and flooding. Flexible adaptable technologies, we use it. Friends, target. मैंने आपको पहले भी बताया, watershed में 10,000 we are going to give, awareness 500 million we will be touching, transformation 10,000 we will be touching, efficient use 25 lakh households, rainwater 50,000 projects we are going to touch in 5 years. This is what we have. But last but not the least, friends, I can only say one thing. We can really make a difference to the community by adopting water management in terms of providing safe potable water, in terms of providing groundwater storage in the aquifer, in terms of reducing the water table depletion by only making it as the consolidated program to have harvesting and harnessing of water. And friends, let us kindle the spark within to conserve and manage water, to create hope in the world by acting with consistency, credibility, and continuity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Dhingra. That was very insightful, especially the measures you have taken for watershed development and the restoration of water bodies, and I think especially about Jan Bhagidari and how to bring about awareness and behavior change. Next, I would like to call on, and I would like to request all the speakers that to just keep to the time limit, please. I would like to call on Shri Ratnesh Jha, the Executive Director of UN Global Compact Network India. Thank you.
Thank you. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers, PhD Chamber of Commerce, to inviting me for such a wonderful confluence of practitioners, conceptual leaders, thought leaders, actually children who are going to be ambassadors of this message tomorrow. So it's really, I'm fortunate. I consider myself fortunate to be here. I heard a lot. I assimilated a lot. And now is the time to give it back. So I would speak very briefly since we are already overstepping the time and I don't have any PPT. So what I would like to do is tell you a little about what the organization we represent. It's UN Global Compact India Network. So it's a global organization with networks which cover more than 120 countries, and we are present in 63 countries physically, and then we cover other neighboring countries. So out of the 193, 94, we are present in 120. That's the kind of global footprint we have. Second thing, it's a member-driven company, just like PhD Chamber of Commerce. We also have a membership base of 18,000 plus industries, as well as thought leaders, foundations, just like Rotary represents here. So we are a member-based organization, and we take initiatives both at the global level as well as at the local level. And I'll tell you more about India and what we do in India so that it's of use and many of you who want to join can join. Some of the members I see in the hall are present. So what happens, how is that right from the big corporate to MSME to tiny, anyone can become our member by making a declaration of adopting the 10 principles, which are basically centered around environment, anti-corruption, labor laws, and human rights. So basically, these 10 principles were devised by the UN body in 1999-2000, when Kofi Annan was our Secretary General. And since then, in 2015, we had the SDGs, which were adopted by all the countries. Our Honorable Prime Minister was also present in the UN General Assembly, which this was adopted. So basically, this is a commitment, global commitment to ourselves. And SDG 6, which deals with water, is an important component of it. So what we have done in India, we have started first with a benchmarking study where 4 of our large corporate members with oil and gas and cement, they participated, and it was a water benchmarking study, how much water we use and what is how much we give back. And that was a very important estimation which helped them adopt certain global best practices, and they could report in a much better way. Second level, we started a research cum action program, which is led by some of the leading water warriors organizations, and it is funded by, again, our members, where we looked at what are the concrete ways in which water can be conserved and the groundwater can be recharged. And I'm very impressed by the presentation you made, sir. It was in those lines. We are also trying to develop and one more thing, the circular economy angle of it, of reducing, reusing and recycling. That also we are testing a district level model in Maharashtra, 4 aspirational districts of Maharashtra. We have launched this study where, after engaging youth in how to reduce the menace of agriculture waste, plastic waste, and conserve water bodies, rejuvenate water bodies. So it will be a comprehensive district level program. And I hope by the next time we have some results to share with all these efforts. But definitely we are a member driven organization, and our members, we serve as the secretariat of professionals to the members. So whatever they want us to do, we do it. So I would request all of you to join this movement, sustainability movement, and become part of a global community where
we report to the UN what our 18,000 members have done during the year for sustainability and the 17 SDGs. Thank you so much. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Shrija, especially for being on time and also for the initiatives. I think what is common between all these presentations and the initiatives, whether taken by UN Global Compact or Rotary India, is that they all involve people. The whole idea of Jan Bhagidari and the youth coming together to conserve water. I would now like to request Sri Saket Kumar, President, Water Bank Foundation Trust, to give a brief presentation.
सब लोगों को नमस्कार। गर्मी आती है, पानी की बात शुरू हो जाती है। वाटर के साथ यही प्रॉब्लम है, जब तक ग्लास में पानी है वी डोंट वरी अबाउट ड्रिंकिंग वाटर, जब तक कुएं में पानी है वी डोंट वरी अबाउट गांव का कुछ टेंशन है। जब पानी खत्म होने लगता है, either ग्लास और वाटर ओवरहेड वाटर टैंक या फिर ग्राउंड वाटर रिजर्व, then we start worrying about water. And that's the main problem also. Water bank में हम we say that we work around water because water is not a problem. जब at the time of formation of earth millions of years back जितना पानी था आज भी उतना ही पानी है. So मतलब प्रॉब्लम क्या है? हम ये बात हमेशा बहुत स्ट्रांगली बोलते हैं कि saving water campaigns are a hoax. How can you save something which you cannot destroy? Water is indestructible. बस वो फॉर्म चेंज कर रहा है, अभी वेपर में है, कभी फ्रोजन है, हमारी बॉडी में है, एप्पल में आ जाता है, प्लास्टिक की बॉटल में उनके बिकने लगता है. So these are the main thing. अभी last month Water Bank was one of the specially accredited organization UN Water Conference, which was scheduled after 46 years. जब पहली बार 1977 में UN Water Conference हुआ था, that time there was a voice came कि the third world war will be because of water. और अब मैं जिस तरह से हम लोग जिस तरह से काम करते हैं ग्राउंड में, we are seeing that the war has started long back, and this time the war is between the nature and the human being. And जब हम सस्टेनेबिलिटी की बात करते हैं, वाटर सस्टेनेबिलिटी इन जनरल, so sustainability through water, basically water is the basis of sustainability. Water is the basis for sustainable local ecology. अगर कहीं पेड़ है, कहीं जंगल है, सब कुछ जिस तरह से हम प्रॉब्लम को परसीव करते हैं, जैसा अभी लास्ट सेशन में झा सर ने भी बोला, and even जल जीवन मिशन सर के डायरेक्टर थे, उन्होंने बोला कि unless we define the problem in the right way, we cannot solve it. और जब तक हम ये सोचेंगे कि हम पानी बचा लेंगे, तब तक हम गलत कर रहे हैं. Because all the water problem is related to quality, water quality. हम जो पानी बर्बाद कर रहे हैं बोलते हैं, we are actually making good water into bad water. That's it. हम उसको कोई destroy नहीं कर रहे हैं. So that's one perspective that needs to be clear when we talk about the sustainability through water. I mean, we have to have sustainability of technologies. We are talking about a lot of technologies. So sustainable technologies are the only solution. Like in 2019, what is that body called? जिसने RO को ban किया हुआ है, National Green Tribunal. They said that it is wasting too much of water. We cannot think about creating sustainability with technologies like RO system, which is wasting a lot of water, creating a lot of destability. So that is one thing we need to focus on, the sustainable development, sustainable technology development. Apart from that, economy. हम जहाँ बात करेंगे कि we want to put 100 million trillions of dollars for making water sustainable, so that's a wrong perspective. We have to think that how we can reduce the cost in terms of everything. और जैसा last session में उमा शंकर जी ने भी बोला कि हमें बहुत technologies की जरूरत नहीं है. It is more about the behavior change. It is more about how we are dealing with water and overall ecology, because all these are interconnected. In Water Bank, one of the basic theology that we believe in, which comes from Avadut Gita, which says that yatha jalam jale nestam salilam bhed vajitam prakritim purusham tadvat bhinnam pratibhati. Matlab, the way when water mingles into water, there's no difference amongst the mixed water. Similarly, human and nature is same. हम भी 80% water है, बाहर भी 80% water है. We are same. We just appears to be different. और एक जो पूरी की पूरी एक thought आया कि man is the conqueror of nature. That is the root cause. Till the time we don't remove the business, the greed of business and the politics from solving the water, we cannot solve the water problem. क्योंकि एक जैसे Einstein, I personally respect him more as a philosopher than scientist. उसकी scientific innovations को and principles को you might challenge, but his whatever quotes that he has given, one of the things he said that you can't solve the problem with the same mindset that it has been created, and how this water problem has been created, how the water resources are being all these groundwater resources are getting back. हम क्या गए कि अभी 10 फीट पे पानी मिलता था, आज हम उसको 1000 फीट पे करने लगे. मतलब जैसे कुछ एग्जांपल्स लेते हैं, एक छोटी सी एग्जांपल मैं हमेशा देता हूँ कि चेरापूंजी में व्हाट हैपेंड. We all know Cherrapunji is one of the very small, plateauic region, one of the highest one, Bangladesh border. But what happened? We all know Cherrapunji. Why? Because it is one of the highest rainfall density area. Will you, I don't know how many of you know that, 4-5 months in a year now, 95% people from Cherrapunji, they are migrating to lower terrain just because of water. They don't have water. Urbanization. अब देखिए जो शिलोंग जैसी जगह थी, जहां पर की 65,000 नेचुरल स्प्रिंग्स थे, वहां लोग पत्थर हटाते थे और पानी आने लगता था. आज वहां पर 2-2 हजार फीट में पानी नहीं है. आज वहां अंडरग्राउंड में H2SO4 निकल रहा है, वहां आयरन सल्फेट के फॉर्म में है, और नाइट्रेट ऊपर से जब डिस्क के अंदर जाता है वो H2SO4 बना रहा है. वहां की पानी की pH 3.5 हो गई है. प्रॉब्लम को देखने के बहुत सारे मतलब कि डायमेंशन है, और खास करके यूएन वाटर कॉन्फ्रेंस में अभी लास्ट महीने ही था. वी हैव सीन दैट from all over the world people came, and 99% of the people they only talk about the solution problem. और हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि कुछ हम अल्टरनेट सॉल्यूशंस क्रिएट कर पाए, बिकॉज मेन स्ट्रीम पे जो काम हो सकता है वो तो काफी सारे लोग कर ही रहे हैं. सो जहाँ जो बात मैंने की कि वी हैव टू आइडेंटिफाई द प्रॉब्लम इन अ राइट वे. सिमिलरली अब देखिए ग्राउंड वाटर डिप्लीशन से क्या हो रहा है, और एक पर्सपेक्टिव जो वी ऑलवेज एडवोकेट दैट you have to think global in terms of water, solving water problem. You have to think global and act local. आपको local अपने कुएं पे काम करना होगा, but you have to think that how it is working, because the problem is of many dimension. अभी हम देखें ये ग्राउंड वाटर डिप्लीशन से क्या हो रहा है, सारी की सारी जो बायोडाइवर्सिटी थी अंडरग्राउंड वेल की, वो खत्म हो चुकी है. हमारे जो फ्रॉग्स थे, स्नेक्स थे, सारे मर चुके हैं, राइट. अब वो बारिश के बाद बाहर निकल के सारे फंगस को खत्म करते थे. नाउ दैट सिचुएशन इज नॉट देयर. अब हम फंगस के लिए गांव में हर पंचायत में आप देखिए सारे स्कूल, सारे हॉस्पिटल में पेस्ट कंट्रोल हो रहा है. जस्ट लुक एट द रेट विथ एनुअल ग्रोथ रेट ऑफ पेस्टिसाइड बिजनेस. और फिर बारिश आती है, सारा एक्स्ट्रा पेस्टिसाइड वापस से चला जाता है. हम सोचते हैं कि हम ग्राउंड वाटर रिचार्ज कर लेंगे, बट व्हाट वी आर डूइंग, वी आर जस्ट रिमूविंग द सस्पेंडेड पार्टिकल्स. बेसिक वो कार्बन, बेसिक सैंड फिल्ट्रेशन से हम पानी को भूगर्भ में डाल रहे हैं. वो भूगर्भ में जो कि मतलब हमें वैसे ही पानी भूगर्भ में डालना चाहिए जैसा हम अपने पेट में डालने का सोचते हैं, क्योंकि दैट वाटर इज गोइंग टू, अभी हम अपने तालाब और कुओं को तो साफ नहीं कर पाए. हाउ डू यू थिंक दैट विल सॉल्व द क्लीन द अंडरग्राउंड वाटर व्हिच वी आर पॉल्यूटिंग विद लॉट ऑफ पेस्टिसाइड, लॉट ऑफ हेवी मेटल व्हिच इज गोइंग अंडरग्राउंड वाटर के डिप्लीशन से, डिप्लीशन ऑफ ग्राउंड वाटर वेल, व्हाट इज हैपनिंग दैट ऑक्सीडाइज हो रहा है आयरन, एंड लॉट ऑफ हेवी मेटल इज इंक्रीजिंग. अभी लगभग 239 मिलियन पीपल इन इंडिया आर फोर्स्ड टू ड्रिंक आर्सेनिक पॉइजन्ड वाटर. सो आई मीन प्रॉब्लम्स आर ग्रोइंग लाइक दिस. तो अब मैं आप लोगों को ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि हम थोड़ा पर्सपेक्टिव चेंज, बिहेवियर चेंज, उस पर किस तरह से काम कर रहे हैं. जैसे एक तो है आर्सेनिक रिमूवल के लिए हमने एक टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप किया पिछले 12 साल से. हम IIT खड़गपुर में और बाकी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन DST वगैरह के साथ मिलकर इस टेक्नोलॉजी को डेवलप किया है, जिसको अभी हमने यूएन वाटर कॉन्फ्रेंस में ग्लोबल लॉन्च भी किया है. सो दिस इज अ सस्टेनेबल टेक्नोलॉजी. वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट 1 पैसा पर लीटर काइंड ऑफ सॉल्यूशन फॉर ड्रिंकिंग वाटर. not like any other water. Drinking level water, how can we bring it down to 1 paisa per liter? And we are launching this. We are implementing this in one panchayat in Bihar. So अब हमें वाटर की जो वैल्यू की बात है कि व्हाट इज द वैल्यू ऑफ वाटर, क्या 1 पैसा है, 10 पैसा है, या 10 रुपए, या फिर क्या लाइफ? तो हमें उस हिसाब से पर्सपेक्टिव पे चेंज करना पड़ेगा। यूएन ने भी बहुत क्लियरली, बहुत लाउडली इस बात को रखा कि वाटर इज एवरीवन्स बिजनेस, मतलब सबको अपना अपना बिजनेस, वाटर, एवरीबॉडी विल हैव टू गेट इन्वॉल्वड इनटू वाटर। वी आर ऑल पार्ट ऑफ वन बिग ओशन। आप अपने आप को हमेशा देखते हैं कि मैं ये हूँ, मैं डॉक्टर हूँ, इंजीनियर हूँ। आप कभी ये भी सोचें कि आप एक पानी की बॉटल है, आपके अंदर 70% 75% पानी है। यू आर दैट, यू आर अ वाटर बॉडी। योर बॉडी इज हैविंग 75% वाटर, दैट इज वन थिंग, बट यू आर अ वाटर बॉडी। लाइक कुआं जैसे होता है, तालाब जैसा होता है, नदी जैसा होता है, हम भी एक नदी है, हम तालाब है। तो वो पर्सपेक्टिव जो है वो लाने की कोशिश है। तो कुछ हमने सस्टेनेबल टेक्नोलॉजीज डेवलप की हैं। अभी हमारी इस टेक्नोलॉजी को इंडिया में टॉप 100 इनोवेशन में भी लिस्ट किया गया है। वॉश सेगमेंट में टॉप नंबर टेक्नोलॉजी है, लिस्ट किया है ऐसा। और हम एक वाटर करके एक प्रोग्राम, ऑल्दो हमने यूएन में अभी 5 यूएन अप्रूव्ड प्रोग्राम लॉन्च किया है, जिसमें से रोल ऑफ एकेडमिया इन वाटर एक्शन। सो व्हाट वी आर सेइंग दैट व्हाट इज द रोल ऑफ एकेडमिया इन वाटर एक्शन, हाउ इट कैन ड्राइव। और उसमें 3 वर्टिकल्स है। फर्स्ट, व्हाट इज द रोल ऑफ एकेडमिया इन सस्टेनेबल टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलपमेंट, जिसमें इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेजेस और बहुत सारे जो इनोवेशन इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं उनको इन्वॉल्व कर सकते हैं। सेकेंड है कि हाउ टू मेक स्कूल कैंपस, एकेडमिक कॉम्प्लेक्सेस नेट जीरो बाय 2028। सो बेसिकली 2018 में यूएन ने डिकेड ऑफ एक्शन एजेंडा रखा, जिसमें उसने बोला कि वाटर फॉर सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट। और उसी के हिसाब से वो सारी अपनी जो स्ट्रैटेजीज हैं, सारी अपने जो मिशन है वो प्लान कर रहे हैं कि हाउ वाटर शुड बी द ड्राइविंग फोर्स, SDG 6 शुड बी द ड्राइविंग फोर्स फॉर द सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट ओवरऑल। बाकी भी जो एजेंडा है इसके, बी पॉवर्टी फ्री या एनवायरमेंट से रिलेटेड जो भी कुछ है, या फिर ओशन से रिलेटेड जो भी SDG एजेंडेस है। सो एक वो है। तो व्हाट इज द रोल ऑफ एकेडमिया, कि हम कैंपसेस को पहले नेट जीरो करें, वाटर से कंप्लीटली सस्टेनेबल, वाटर सस्टेनेबिलिटी की जो बात कर रहे हैं हम, स्कूल कैंपसेस, कॉलेज कैंपसेस, यूनिवर्सिटी कैंपसेस को करें। वहाँ के वेस्ट की एब्सोल्यूट, उसका जो मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम है उसको हम किस तरह से बेहतर करें, ताकि गोइंग फॉरवर्ड जो स्टूडेंट वहाँ पढ़ रहे हैं वो उस प्रैक्टिसेस को जिस कॉलोनी में जाए, जिस कंपनी में जाए, वो लेके जाए। और थर्ड एजेंडा उसका है कि वी आर trying to engage all the partners, all the relevant stakeholders जो कि to create the content, educational content, workshops, events इस तरह से organize हो, जिसमें कि हम वाटर सस्टेनेबिलिटी का जो एक एथिकल वैल्यू है वो स्टूडेंट्स के दिमाग में डाल सके, ताकि next generation is going to be the facing the major problem. UN is saying that today 25% people are living in stress. UN is saying that by 2050 25% of the world population will have to migrate only because of water issue. Can we believe that? आज मैं जो चेरापूंजी की बात कर रहा था, एक छोटा सा पॉपुलेशन 10,000 घरों को नीचे आना पड़ रहा है। अब सोचिए 25%, 200 मिलियन लोगों को अगर माइग्रेट करना पड़ेगा, 250 मिलियन लोगों को, वो जहाँ रह रहे हैं, चाहे शहरों में, चाहे पहाड़ों में, या कहीं भी। तो ये बहुत बड़ी चैलेंज है और हम लोगों को फंडामेंटल चेंज करना पड़ेगा। आई मीन हम बहुत सारा प्रोग्राम हम लोग करते हैं अलग अलग तरह से, लेकिन जो कोर इशू है वो है कि अभी मैं एग्जैक्टली 1 महीने पहले यूएन वाटर कॉन्फ्रेंस के बाद मैं बमुडा गया था। जस्ट 1 मिनट आई टेक। बमुडा एक छोटा सा आइलैंड है जहाँ की पॉपुलेशन 60,000 है और 1000 किलोमीटर तक कुछ नहीं है लैंडस्केप। न्यूयॉर्क से आप वहाँ पर जाते हैं। बमुडा का एक रेन वाटर मॉडल है, आप लोग सब इंटरनेट में जाके देखेंगे। तो उसकी सारी छतें जो है ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे ऐसे रहता है, छत ऐसे सीढ़ी नुमा तरीके से, और सारा का सारा पानी का हर घर के कैंपस में लगभग 2 लाख लीटर 3 लाख लीटर का वाटर स्टोरेज है। और पूरे रेन वाटर को वो कंजर्व करते हैं, और उस रेन वाटर को वो गंदा ना हो, उनके रिसोर्स के लिए उनका वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट एकदम एब्सोल्यूट सॉलिड है। और इसमें गवर्नमेंट कोई रोल नहीं प्ले करती। आप देखेंगे आज डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज में, इंडिया में खास करके एक पॉलिटिकल वॉर छिड़ा हुआ है कि मैं 700 लीटर पानी दे दूंगा, मैं आपको घर में पानी दे दूंगा, मैं आपको हरियाली दे दूंगा। बट यहाँ बिहेवियर, अब देखिए बमुडा इज अ सेल्फ सस्टेनेबल प्लेस। हम जब वहां गए, व्हेन आई स्पोक टू गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसर्स, रेगुलेटरी अथॉरिटीज, बट आई वाज सरप्राइज्ड मेस्मराइज्ड व्हेन आई मेट द लोकल पीपल। आई सेड व्हाई डू यू केयर सो मच कि तुमको पानी बचाना है? They said 1000 kilometer तो पानी नहीं है. If we don't save rainwater, what are we going to do? I mean, can't we think that हमारा सारा वार्ड एक आइलैंड है? क्या हम हर घर को हमें हमें क्या ये नहीं बोलना चाहिए कि नहीं हम आपको पानी बिल्कुल नहीं देंगे 2 साल के बाद, हम सारे आपके पाइपलाइन कनेक्शंस काट देंगे हर वार्ड के हर घर की. तो आपको खुद अपना रेन वाटर हार्वेस्ट करना पड़ेगा. उसके लिए आप वेस्ट मैनेज कीजिए, उसके लिए आप अपने हाइजीन पे काम कीजिए. सो अगर हम जब तक ये फंडामेंटल लोगों को इन्वॉल्व करके सारे लोगों को रिस्पॉन्सिबल बना के, जैसे बोल रहे हैं कि एवरीबॉडीज बिजनेस, वाटर इज एवरीबॉडीज बिजनेस, जब तक हम उस चीज को उस लेवल तक नहीं ले जाते हैं, अभी जरूरत है कि क्राइसिस है तो हैंड होल्डिंग कर ले कुछ दिन, बट फॉर लॉन्ग टर्म सॉल्यूशन वी नीड टू मेक एवरीबॉडी पार्टनर. पंचायत के रोल के ऊपर हम लोग काफी इन्वॉल्व होके काम कर रहे हैं, बिकॉज 29 एजेंडा आफ्टर द 73rd अमेंडमेंट ऑफ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, जो पंचायती राज का सिस्टम आया, उसमें 29 जो सब्जेक्ट्स दिए गए हैं, उसमें वाटर से रिलेटेड सारा कुछ पंचायत के पास है. लेकिन अभी भी पंचायत जो है वो कहीं ना कहीं जिला परिषद या फिर स्टेट एजेंसी की तरह काम कर रहे हैं. बट द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन tells that they are self government. So if they start working as a self government, and if they'll start taking the policy making, decision making in terms of water, so एक मतलब एक बड़ा चेंज आ सकता है. और ये एक यूनिक मॉडल है इंडिया सेंट्रिक. और जस्ट मैम 30 seconds मोर, one program that is a flagship program of water bank, जिसको हम वाटर बोलते हैं. अभी जो हम बिहार में एक प्रोजेक्ट जो इम्प्लीमेंट करने जा रहे हैं, जिसमें हम बहुत सारे अभी पार्टनरशिप करके यूएन से आए हैं, और ये पहला मॉडल जो हम कर रहे हैं, इसमें व्हाट वी आर सेइंग कि यूज ड्रिंकिंग वाटर, यू वर्क ऑन योर ओन सस्टेनेबिलिटी, ऑन योर ओन सैनिटेशन, एंड देन विल गिव यू वाटर. सो वाटर की वैल्यू बहुत ज्यादा है, 10 पैसे 1 रुपये या 10 रुपये से. यू स्टार्ट वर्किंग ऑन योर ओन बेटर लाइफ. आप सैनिटेशन पे काम करो, हाइजीन पे काम करो, हम आपको पानी देंगे. So that kind of practice we are trying to do. Let's see how successful it will be with the blessings and partnership with all of you. There could be some hope. Thank you so much for giving me time.
शुक्रिया साकेत जी, आपने एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात कही कि जल में जल समस्या नहीं है. हम जल का जिस तरह से प्रयोग करते हैं वो समस्या है. और वाटर बैंक जो सुझाव ला रहा है, the things that you are doing is all very interesting and very impactful. I would now like to request Dr. Shantanu Basu from HCL Harit.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can I have the deck, please? So while it's getting ready, so as you're aware, Excel Foundation is a CSR arm of Excel Tech. In the core values of Excel Foundation, we also incorporated environmental poverty at its core, and thus it has created a one district flagship program out of its 5 flagship program called Excel Harit for climate action. And definitely water conservation is one of the very core function for that. Giving a little background thing, so water conservation or any of the environment project that we do, it's not just probably increasing some water availability there. So we consider, because as I think previous speakers or in the previous sessions and this session also they have mentioned that doing one action may have a ripple effect on other things, on the water cycle, on the carbon cycle, and that creates an ecosystem. So we have an ecosystem approach towards conservation, towards our project, and we create a small ecosystem so that it can also serve not only water conservation or carbon sequestration or increasing green cover, conservation of biodiversity, community engagement,
things, but a combination of all those things. So with that, I'm not going to read all the points that is mentioned there. Couple of things. So over last 3 years, we conserved 36 billion, so harvested 36 billion liter of water. It's been an audited figure that's there, and around almost 1,200 hectares of water area that we have conserved, that is there. So there are different kind of intervention. These are on the water body structures. I'll go on a few examples of, so while we are working on this kind of a project, what we kind of try to focus on innovation and nature-based solution, what is kind of a locally available, because sustenance and sustainability are very core to things. Because today I can probably do a project, I can fund a project, but tomorrow when I move to some other area, some other project, if it is not sustainable, then a general probably life cycle that the expert measure is 4 to 5 years for things. So kind of a 20% reduction that is there. Yeah, so I'm not going to talk about the SDG goals. It's quite related, and previous speakers also mentioned these things. So there are 3 phases that we think. So there is a pre-phase. So previous speakers also mentioned use of technology, GIS, remote sensing, catchment mapping, watershed mapping. What is the requirement, and which is the point, which is the probably best place to probably restore those kind of structure, or create those kind of structures. So that pre-intervention stage is very important thing. So that's one phase. Then the implementation phase, and then the probably post-intervention on a sustainable phase. So all the projects should be continued, and in the post-intervention phase, they are also kind of integrated with various components to enhance native biodiversity, to increase more and more community engagement, to create sustainable models, so that the water recharge, or the water input that is coming to those water structure, they are purified through nature-based solutions. So that kind of a focus that's been used, and definitely with the thing. So we definitely engage a lot of women, a lot of children, where we are doing this project. So because of stress, they are very linked people, the women and children, they are linked, and future generation also we need to kind of prize them. So that kind of a model that's there. So this is one of the data management and decision support system. We are working with Madurai district administration, where we are kind of mapping all the water bodies, mapping for the encroachment, what is there in the cadastral mapping system, and what is the current condition, how much area has been encroached. Because those who work with government departments and all this, you will know that government department receives many court cases and all those things. So whenever they say they don't know the encroachment thing, so many questions maybe from court, or maybe in the assembly there things, and it's very difficult for them to respond. What is the case? What action to be taken? What is the scenario? So this bus system is need to cater that thing. Not only to cater that thing, but also keep a ready-made plan ready. What is the kind of action required on the water bodies that is present in that district? It has a scale-up plan, but currently this model is being developed there, so that many people, like I am coming from corporate CSR foundation. Many times people come and say that okay, fine, we have a certain amount of budget, and we want to implement certain project there. So they can only show the probably some water body from there, but what kind of an investment is there, whether it's matching to the funding that is available with the donor, that kind of information is not there. Even within their system, also in government, they are getting certain funds, certain scheme, there are funds, how to manage that budget and plan things. So this system is supposed to support that. and then definitely various stories. So there are so probably whether we called it tank or talab thing. So traditionally, it should be linked. So traditional knowledge are very important things. One case study from Madurai, I'll definitely we like to mention. So these are one of the lost Uni. So they called Uni, where people are used to do a lot of traditional practices are there. Even it was missed in the government records. So, but when we kind of are connected with the community informed us, so we kind of checked with the district admission. They don't have a record, but we worked with both the government and the community, and not only rejuvenated that things, it was recorded back in the system, and now community themselves, they are maintaining that area. Previously, it was quite a bad area, and a lot of because it was infested with invasive species, things, a lot of illegal activities are happening. Now community has themselves removed a lot of activities there. We also have a partnership with Namami Gange to do some native species conservation plantation in the Alaknanda catchment area. One of the work that we are also doing which is removal of Prosopis juliflora that's there. It's one of the, it's considered one of the huge invasive species, also a water guzzling species. It's taken away. So we removed that kind of a taken steps towards that. This is one of the intervention of Bird Island. So what we are trying to create few undisturbed spaces wherever we are creating this structure to create a undisturbed space for the biodiversity to thrive. And wherever we have created within probably 6 months or 8 months time, less than a year, we kind of um, things. So few filtration in the chamber, and also another thing, the technology of increasing oxygen in the water is nano bubbler technology. It's basically a tube with nanopores which releases air. It increases oxygen, that also increases the oxidation process within the water, which actually reduces the gray water that is coming. So after this chamber, this is there. So additionally, if there are some impurity, it is bringing that down. And definitely all this. So as I said, we meant to create this as an ecosystem thing. So we are creating not only a water body, but also a wetland where many places we are seeing now migratory birds, they are kind of visiting. And definitely it is not created by only Excel Foundation. We have partnership from government and various organizations, various experts, and all this work could have been possible with the help of all of them. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shantanu, especially your work on restoring the Orni, which you said had no record historically, but you found community engagement and you completely restored not only the water body, but also the entire wetland ecosystem around it. I think that's very important. Next, I would like to request Sri Anupam Bajpai he's the head CSR from JK Tires. Thank you.
Very good afternoon to all of you, and thank you, Swati ji, for giving this opportunity. This presentation is already there, but कुछ देर पहले जब अभी उमा शंकर पांडे जी बोल रहे थे, बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग सी बात उन्होंने एक बोली कि सभी को अपना अपना दिया लेके चलना पड़ेगा, तभी पानी का एक्चुअली इन रियल सेंस समथिंग इज गोइंग टू हैपन. So the same story, I'm actually from where actually he has left. Actually, I will like to take it forward that what the interventions JK Tire is doing for sustainable water management and to achieve SDG 6. This is actually very much connected with the water conservation. So just I think most of you and I think all of you must be aware about the JK Tire, that how we are, what we are doing, our products and services. And something very important, that we are among the energy consumption, we are the least top among the top three. And while in case of the water conservation, we are among the world's best. So this is what definitely I want to mention, and something we keep on talking about, the circular economy. So I think these things contribute a lot here. In CSR, if I just mention just mainly four major verticals where we are working: this education, livelihood, water is also very much part of this. And through these all the CSR interventions, it is actually total 9 SDGs which we are catering to, and SDG 6, that is very much part and parcel of that. And I think are all the panelists, and I think since morning this discussion is happening, that water crisis, that is a new normal. New normal, if I say, it may be a bit exaggerated, but perhaps this is the reality. Everywhere you see the same situation. I'm not going to repeat those things. But here I'll just take up the case study of the JK Tire, that what were the issues, that why we have taken up water as a very important initiative, and what all we have done. So very first, because we as a manufacturing company, we are having plant location, 9 plants in India, and they are at 5 different locations. And most of these locations and areas, they are water scarce. Like if I talk about the Kakroli in Rajasthan, it is Morena, Madhya Pradesh, or Sri Perumbudur in Tamil Nadu. So all actually the water scarce areas. And something very important, I think somebody has also mentioned that around 9% of the water that is being used by the industries. But if our industry is using this water, and if it is a summertime, and the local community, they are not getting the water, so definitely there is going to be an unrest. So that is for sure. So that is also a reason, I must say. And something very important, that it is very much close to water, is something very close to the business sustainability. If there is no water, then perhaps I cannot manufacture tire. And I think this is likely to be true with all the businesses. So something like, I must say, how we are going to do. I think all of you have already, my fellow panelists, and before that also, a lot of discussions have been. But actually few cases which I just want to point out. First of all, watershed management. Though for corporates it looks like ki boss watershed kyun karna hai, or watershed mein, because you have to go from ridge to valley. And here, when actually you are going to do the operations or activities at the ridge portion, perhaps the results will be taking time. So normally it happens just to take a shorter route and just go ahead with making some water body or something, because that would be visible. But actually, in case you are not going to work at the ridge portion of your watershed, perhaps the something which you have done, like one water body you have created, it is not going to sustain for a longer time, because eventually a lot of silt that is going to deposit there, and eventually your water body will be silted. So that is one thing, and that's why actually we are doing this. These different activities, what we are doing, like water bodies, that is there, check dams, farm ponds, and this one. Something very important and very crucial. If water has been okay, we have worked on water, and now you are having a water. But what will happen with this water in case you are not actually utilizing it properly? I think someone has mentioned around 89% or something, that is being utilized by the agriculture. If our agricultural practices, they are not using this water judiciously, effectively, perhaps what all actually you have done, perhaps that will get waste. So that is another activity where we are putting our efforts, that how we can different crops which can be grown where the agricultural practices, where the water utilization is, you can say the overall use of the water that is lesser. Clean drinking water and plantation. So these are the other activities. Just few pictures just to show the different water bodies which we have created. You can see it is more than 50 water bodies which have been created, and around 6 lakhs kiloliters of water that has been considered as something like more than 70,000 people. They are the direct or indirect beneficiaries of that. This one thing definitely I just want to drag your attention to. Just see the left picture that shows the earlier condition of that lake in Mysore, and now how it is looking. It is just 7-8 kilometers from Mysore, and even now it has become a selfie point for the people. of course, despite being a selfie point, it is also, conserving a lot of water. So this farm ponds and check dams, all these things, PhD RDF, they have also helped us, and we have partnered, and one this check dam, this has been constructed, and that has been in Alwar. Before that also we have done these things along with PhD RDF. The other activities like trench cum bund, the different trainings on agriculture, improved agricultural practices, this floriculture, mango plantation, vegetable cultivation, these things, drinking water particularly, this in Rajasthan and in Shri Perumbudur, different locations, different solutions. In one, you can see the drinking water, these water tanks, they have been constructed, and then actually it is the RO plant, because where you have the issues like fluorides and this one. Plantation, again, I want to drag your attention in the last picture. If you'll see, it is just 1 year old Miyawaki forest, and you see the growth of that, and it is just from Shri Perumbudur, it is just, I think, 3 kilometers away from that place. So, and if I just talk about the overall in nutshell, if I have to mention, so more than 1 lakh people directly impacted through all these interventions. In drinking water, more than 10,000 people. Enhancement of biodiversity, my fellow panelist, he has already spoken a lot about that. And something very very important, if I have to mention in 2 points in all these interventions. With this, actually, I'm just coming to end of my presentation. Collaborations, that they are very, very important, whether it is corporate level, whether it is government level, or it is NGOs or local communities, and this all. Like we have partnered with the NABARD, we have partnered with the different other corporates which are working in nearby where actually our presence is. And something very, very crucial, the community ownership. Until and unless it is being owned by the local people, perhaps our work is half done. So this is what actually I just wanted to mention. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Anupamji. I think you summed it up beautifully. Collaboration and community ownership or Jan Bhagidari. I think this is the essence. Our last speaker for this session, I would request Somanil Mukherjee. He's from the Office of the Scientific Principal Scientific Advisor.
Hello, very good afternoon to all of you. Thank you, Swati. And a lot of good feels and vibes about water, sustainability. And I think I would not go on. We have a platform. Definitely, I'll take you through platform about for 3-4 minutes. Before that, I would just like to congratulate PhD Chamber on taking this initiative, Dr. Satinder, Swati, Vasudha, and I could see, and overall, the entire conclave has not just been designed about the talks or the deliberations, but also about the kids. The school participation was so important, and it gives a sense of ownership and the responsible making the citizens of the country, because they are the one who will be driving tomorrow's and be in the front seat. So we are all dependent on the next generations, and we have to actually pass on a lot of whatever we are working on to them to understand. So I think a big applaud for the PhD Chamber of Commerce, and especially this department. So that was brilliant. And so looking at the water scarcity, India is definitely one of the water stressed nations today, as we understand, in fact, from Delhi itself, where we are all situated. So Delhi is currently running also, quite a scary situation, because Delhi doesn't have enough water bodies, and Delhi itself is prone and dependent on the suppliers from Haryana, water supplies from Haryana or states of Uttar Pradesh. The supplies, water quality of water which is coming in is also not is also having ammonia and a lot of other which is, and recently Delhi had made a complaint also, so that water is not coming in the right quality, and it's not drinkable at all. So, and it has presence of ammonia and fluoride and all of it. So this is a very scary situation, and I think we need to look into all the technologists and the collaborators, industry, all of them to come together and think about creating. Government has definitely taken a lot of initiatives through Amrit Sarovar, creating 10,000 water bodies, and all of that. But this would need a bigger intervention for the industry, the NGOs, the academia, the institutions to come together and put forward their problem statements and ask for innovations and challenges. So to source these innovations also, we understand. In fact, let me give you an example, a very classic example. I was in Himachal 2 weeks back, and I went to a place very close to Dharamshala called Khaniyar. It is resting in the foothills of Dhauladhar range, and there's a temple which is definitely probably one of the relics and the originals of Lord Shiva giving Pashupathat to Arjun. Yes, I'll just 2 minutes on that. And the drinking water which is sourced is completely from the waterfall that is just below the temple, and it's as fresh. And we actually got to drink the water. The priests and everyone, they are just resorting to that drinking water and making it. I was quite abused by it, that it is natural streams and you are drinking it, and sitting in the urban city, we are not having fresh water. So I think that is where we need to all come together and work and help. So we have launched a platform. Office of PSA has, through the Strategic Alliances Division, we have launched a digital platform last year on 15th August, which is called Manthan. There were other platforms also towards like agriculture, other like digital initiatives, I would say, for Kisan Mitra and for R&D innovations, also like iSTEM. But Manthan platform is to reach the unreached, and also to for the startups, for the institutes, and all of the ecosystem, the supply side ecosystem that we work with, to put up their proposals, the innovations, and showcase them for the industry, the foundations, multilateral agencies to come and see the proposal and handpick the proposals, do a peer review mechanism. Can I have the deck on the
मिशन लाइफ का मंत्र है लाइफस्टाइल फॉर एनवायरमेंट। पृथ्वी पर रहने वाले प्रत्येक व्यक्ति को व्यक्तिगत प्रयासों की कामना के साथ ही आज ये मिशन लाइफ का ये विजन दुनिया के सामने रख। मिशन लाइफ का मंत्र है लाइफस्टाइल फॉर एनवायरमेंट। पृथ्वी पर रहने वाले प्रत्येक व्यक्ति को व्यक्तिगत प्रयासों की कामना के साथ ही आज ये मिशन लाइफ का ये विजन दुनिया के सामने रख रहा हूं।
फ्रेंड्स, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मिशन लाइफ के संकल्प को आप सजग रहकर मजबूती दे सकते हैं और रोजाना के कामकाज में कुछ आसान उपायों से अपना योगदान दे सकते हैं। कैसे, आइए जानते हैं। पौधों, फर्श और वाहनों आदि में।
So you can play the video probably. So this platform is basically resting on 4 pillars. I'll just cover the pillars. Pillars is basically innovation exchange. So how the demand side people, the industry, academia, central government, state government, NGOs, all of them, they can articulate their problem statement on the platform. And there are templates which has been defined in concurrence with DST, METI, BIRAC, multiple consortia of the central government bodies, and has been made as per the standard, international standards. And we also have international subject matter experts also, who can participate in these innovations and participate in the opportunities. So on the supply side, it's largely to work with the IITs, triple IITs, IICRs, DSTs, labs, BIRAC labs, DODOs, all of them, and they can participate in the challenges through this platform. And you can always see it on the video. So this apart from this platform, we also have the Prime Minister's clusters. As one of them, Mr. Dhingra covered, that Rotary has recently signed up an MOU with the BCKI. So these clusters are nothing but 30-40 research institutions, academic institutions coming together, working on focused thematic areas, and they work on the pressing issues around the geography with the startups and technology business incubators and the local state governments, the Gram Panchayats, and they just take up the projects. And there are multiple projects which are, from genomics to biodiversity, everything is, and in water especially, there are multiple areas on low cost desalination also is one of the problem statements that has been recently launched by the central government, and clusters are also participating. So you are welcome to participate and register on the platform. It's a platform for socio-economic impact, and definitely we will welcome all the partners together to register on this platform and make utilization of this platform for on the demand side or the supply side. And I think there could be a lot of solutions that could come across. Yes, I think this video can be played.
The Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India brings to you India's first multi-stakeholder platform to reach the unreached. Manthan aims to facilitate industry-academia collaborations for CSR and philanthropic funding. The platform is built on key pillars of innovation opportunity exchange, virtual exhibitions, and events. Industries can find academic or startup partners. Government research problems can also be found on the platform. Manthan is also aligned with the UN Sustainable Development Goals and emerging technologies. The science and technology clusters under the Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India create strong linkages between multiple academic institutions and industry on focused thematic areas. The platform has illustrious co-funding partners and is supported by leading industries, associations, and institutes. Please register on manthan.gov.in today if you would like to source your implementation or R&D and innovation partners.
Yeah, so that was the platform, and I'll just take the last 30 seconds. I know it's got delayed. So apart from these, we all invite the industry to participate through the centers of excellence or R&D innovations, because we have already established about 16, 17 centers of excellence, out of which 3 of them are on water. IBM has funded the Center of Excellence on WASH, which is at IIT Madras through APO Maps. And there is also another Global Center of Sanitation of Excellence in IIT Palakkad, which has been funded by HDFC Bank, Iram Scientific, and Gates Foundation. And they are also looking at engaging and actually scaling it up and making it Southeast Asia's gateway for all plumbing, sanitation, work, water solutions, making bio toilets and multiple areas. And also there are academic and institutional partners like Keystone Foundation and Toilet Boat Coalition, who are all coming up with the expertise also. And with Terry also, we have a circular economy center of excellence, which is funded by ICICI Securities. And they have recently signed up MOUs with Udaipur Municipal Corporation and I think multiple other municipal corporations also. I think we should work together. And lastly, I would just conclude by saying a small quote, which I really like and I presented on water. A grandfather saw it in river, father saw it in well, we saw it in tap, our children saw it in bottle. Where will our grandchildren see? Is it in capsules? If we still neglect it, will be seen only in tears. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I would request Dr. Jatinder Singh to just show appreciation to all our speakers by presenting a small memento. Mr. Dhingra, would you please? Somanil. Saket Kumar. Anupam. And sorry, Shantanu was. I can request all the speakers to just stand up for a group photograph.
So ladies and gentlemen, now we are heading to our last session. I'll ensure and I promise that this will be a very, very crisp session because all knowledge has been disseminated in all these three sessions. Now this will be a totally a POC, the proof of concept. We'll be discussing about the technologies, we'll be discussing about the innovations that are actually helping us to conserve water and particularly how to manage water in a more strategic manner. So we have our domain experts, the speakers, the distinguished speakers who will be actually telling us about the nuances of this subject, the new age technologies for water management. So I have the pleasure to have Dr. Tanendu Singh ji, the head agriculture services from IFCO. Sir, if you can kindly come on the dais. Professor Sumedha Chakma, Associate Professor, IIT Delhi. Brigadier Yogesh Kapoor, Director General Water Management and Plumbing Skill Council. Dr. Nupur Bahadur, Associate Director Environment and Waste Management, Delhi. So in the morning, like we had enough of understanding of circular economy and SDGs. Now, this is where these technologists who will actually give us solution that how to basically make all our end processes meet by using some of the innovative technologies. So without any further ado, I'll request our distinguished speaker, our first distinguished speaker, Dr. Tanendu Singh ji, Head Agriculture Services, IFCO, to kindly share his deliberations with the august audience.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. Thank you, audience, for being there. In fact, it's more important that somebody is listening, and when somebody is listening deeply, the real impact of any technology or any innovation, it reaches to the right people. So I am going to tell you about the new innovative fertilizers, because whenever we talk about water and chemical fertilizers, they go hand in hand. Next. So the general scenario that we all know, that fertilizer scenario across the country and across the world also, is leading to many issues. And the issues are that the use efficiency is very low, because we are, as it is being discussed, that the use efficiency is a matter of fact that water availability also affects your use efficiency many times. So the use efficiency of nitrogen per se, which is the most volatile or most active of the nutrients, is hardly 30 to 40%, while the phosphorus is hardly 20 to 30%. It's in 15 to 20% range in most of the situations. And micronutrients is hardly 2 to 5%. So it is compromising health of our soil, air, and water manifold. And we have to use the nitrogenous fertilizers in a way that we use the ghee, or the way we use the miserably, the other fatty things. The NPK ratio is also skewed and distorted due to injudicious application of urea. When I'm talking about urea, urea can't work alone. Water has to be there. So I think the kind of synergy that I'm trying to portray is here. And many of the illustrious people and our Honorable Prime Minister has also asked us, has implored us to reduce the uses of chemical fertilizer consumption, basically urea, by almost 50%. This is a scenario that is there for example, for paddy. The most, if you see the crop, all our ceremonies, the paddy or rice is there. But do you know that the kind of losses that we are facing in terms of urea application to this particular crop is manifold? And if you see the scenario, there's a complete cycle. Nitrogen is there because people ask that if not urea, then how we are going to manage the show? The show can be managed if we use things in a proper way, in a balanced way. So how that balance is going to come, I'm not going into depth about this particular chart, but this is very interesting scenario that's there. And there are many sources of nitrogen, and biological nitrogen fixation is one of the key, most important thing. And we have ignored it and have gone to think that it's not playing that vital role that it should play. And apart from this, you see that a crop requires nutrient, but an optimal and excess, there is a very thin gap. And when we go towards excess, then toxicity and other complications, they arise. My dear friends, water is everywhere. So I'm talking about fertilizers, but fertilizer can't move alone. It requires water. And here you see that the crop growth depends on nutrients and water supply. And the use efficiency is very low, and the application efficiency can be enhanced by going for the solution, for example, drip, and drip fertigation is there. The use efficiency has increased manifold. But if you talk a person from Uttar Pradesh or places around this rice wheat cropping system and the way Ganga, Indo-Gangetic plains, people are not very keen to adopt fertigation. They have got plenty of water is there. So use efficiency cannot be per se increased by adopting foliar of this fertigation across the country. So here foliar scheduling also comes into play, which can address the nutrient and water use efficiency. This is a very nice statement, and I think it aptly summarizes that just by increasing the use efficiency or nutrient use efficiency by 10%, almost 20 million hectare of land can be saved at the current levels of productivity. So this is the scenario, dear friends. We talk about 25% reduction, 50% reduction, hardly 10% increase can lead to wonder. And water management also, if you increase the use efficiency here, it is also going to add to the kitty. So this brings into focus the kind of fertilizers that we are now going to talk about is the nano fertilizers. And nano fertilizer, the young people are enthused by this concept, though the older generation is taking it with a pinch of salt, because it's very hard to understand how it's going to fulfill the need of any crop, or whether it's going to be a universal phenomenon. But dear friends, if you see just a small thing is there, that the more nutrient loading is possible in case of particle feeding or through nano fertilizers. So there are two sources for a crop to take nutrients or food. The leaf and other is the roots. So you're going for application of water, nutrients, everything. You're taking care of the roots. What about the leaf? If you have some phenomena of foliar feeding is there, scheduling is there, and you're able to meet the nutrient need effectively. So it's possible with nano fertilizers because the particle feeding is going to be the new in thing, and people are working on this. Though people talk about nitrification inhibitors, urease inhibitors, different kind of inhibitors, the high-end ones, costlier ones, which are again going to pollute your soils. So let us go for the foliar scheduling, and here nano fertilizers are the first. They are handling all these aspects very well. So here you see that one bottle, you have to replace at least one bag, because that's the synergy. Because the way I've shown that chart, where the optimum and the excess, you never know the luxury consumption that you're getting because of the subsidy, or that could be another other reason, or because of the easy availability, or maybe the election is near. So definitely there are so many issues. So if you have to have a solution, the farmer is not keen about the science behind anything. He just want to use the product because he was averse to urea also at the time. And now he has picked it up and it has become addictive. And water has got a role to play in that, because whenever there is rain, he wants to apply urea. So here you see that the nano urea that has brought into picture after intensive trials across multi-location, multi-crop, with multiple universities. The way this thing has been done by a cooperative, IFCO, is really remarkable. And now you're going to get very good papers from the scientific community, basically Nature, where all the science behind everything is now unraveling. People Google, and when they don't find something, they start speculating. And speculations lead to political conclusions. So I think the science must be respected, and that's how the things are. And the important thing about nano fertilizers, I'm talking about nano urea, nano DAP, NPK, complexes, micronutrients, everything in the line. So please see it in totality that use efficiency, not only of nitrogen, but also of micronutrients, which is hardly 2 to 5%, and they are required in a lesser quantity. So nitrogen will not work better if there's a micronutrient deficiency. So certainly we have to look in that perspective that here what is happening, the chlorophyll charging is happening because of the nanofertilizer application. The relative water content of your leaf is at a sustainable balance level. That's what is required, because why you're watering the plants? Because you want to have the relative water content in the leaves. So that is being maintained through this, and you have the transpiration losses. So going for the foliar application, there's a good formulation is there. It's leading to the reduction in that losses. This is a very intelligent product that has been made. Sometimes people are not able to appreciate this thing, but we know that sooner or later, when the more science unraveling will be there, so they will be able to. Here you see the OGIP curves, the chlorophyll curves. They are better in case of nano. Yeah. And also the nitrogen mobilizing enzymes. In case of urea, the normal urea, it's hardly 8 to 12 days. But in case of nano urea, it was up to 20 days. So the system is working well. It is working overtime. So they are working, more utilization, more use efficiency is there. So this is how the system works. Here you got experimental trials, and the trials have been done very methodically, though there is variation across the country because our country is so diverse. We can't help this. Our country is so diverse. We are really proud of that. And this diversity shows that, yes, 33% replacement is there, 50% replacement is there, some crops even 100% replacement is there, but you can't pinpoint that 100% replacement is there. So you have to work at these synergies, and the things are there. You're not able to see this graph, but this is very interesting graph where the regression equation has been worked out. And there, if you see the kind of nitrogen, the amount of nitrogen that is coming from the fertilizers, it comes average across the world, 80 kg or 90 kg nitrogen per hectare is coming from the fertilizers. Then biological nitrogen fixation, maybe 20 to 40 kg nitrogen through irrigation or through the lightning and all these things, 8 to 10 or something more. So the nitrogen is coming from different sources. So if we are going for a basmati cultivation, and if we can maintain a sustainable nitrogen management index of 33% reduction, so I think the goal is met. And you go for one foliar application of nano urea at the panicle initiation stage, and you meet the crop requirement because the use efficiency has increased. Whatever you are applying, it is utilizing, otherwise it's going waste. So that's how the system is working. In case of wheat also, 2 sprays are there. And then yes, the concentration matters, because hot concentration, that is certainly, it's a long-term thing. People say long-term trials should be there. Yes, but after 15 years, the long-term trials, they come into conclusion. You don't have that much of time. So you have to start now. And the results are coming very encouraging. This is a very interesting study at Govind Vallabh Pant University, Pantnagar. And here the irrigation scheduling is also there. In the trials, basically we go for 6 irrigations for wheat. Here 2 irrigations for nano fertilizer application has met that goal. This is the wonderful things that are happening. We have to see the whole spectrum of things. The 360-degree view should be there. Here, one of the plot that you're seeing is I'm not because the screen is not that wide. You see the lodging is less in case of nano. That's an interesting thing, because in our part of the world, I'm from Eastern UP, and there people say, धान गिरे सौभाग्य का और गेहूं गिरे अभागे का. अगर गेहूं जो गिर गया तो उठ नहीं पाता है, तो डेफिनेटली अगर नैनो यूरिया से वो खड़ा है, तो डेफिनेटली आपको इसको रीइंटरप्रेट करने की जरूरत है कि हाउ मच नाइट्रोजन हैज टू बी अप्लाइड. एंड apart from this, the irrigation scheduling also is working that way. The greenhouse gas emission losses, the carbon neutral thing. If you got getting carbon credits, dear friends, we have to go for nanofertilizers. And this has all been worked out, and the water economy that is happening because of the intelligent use of nanofertilizers, I believe that is also manifold. We have expanded the plant. We are going for 34 crore production by year 2025. And this is in sync with this very interesting phenomenon by Merrill Lynch. Dear friends, the century, the world, where we are going to will be a century of nanotechnology. So 2025 onwards, you see that the curve is increasing. There are doubts, there are questions, there are debates, there are discussions. For 2025 onwards, all your questions will be addressed like anything, and the whole world is going for the nanotechnology. So let us apply nanotechnology for the agriculture. As you said, 89% of irrigation water is there for agriculture. So let's go for these kind of technologies, go for foliar fertigation and foliar scheduling, apart from the drip fertigation that is there, which is leading the economy. I will really thankful to you for calling me here and listening to me, because I am standing between the you and the lunch. So thank you. Thanks for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Singh, for your presentation. In fact, around a month back, we met the MD sir, Shri US Avasti Saab, and he was so passionate and enthusiastic. He showed us all these bottles of IFCO Nano Urea and IFCO Nano DAP. And the prices, as we can see, they are very, very, I think, within the budget of all the farmers. The IFCO Nano Urea is for 2 to 5 for 500 milliliter, and for DAP it is around, I think, 600 rupees. And they are worthwhile to be emulated by all farmers. Thank you very much, sir. Now I'd like to invite Professor Sumedha Chakma. Professor Chakma is Associate Professor at IIT Delhi.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Dikendra for inviting me. I think everyone feeling sleepy. Anyone civil engineering with students? No one. Excellent, very good. First of all, first question arises: why we could not able to achieve? Why we couldn't able to succeed? Whatever the technology is coming, why we could not able to solve the problem? So I would like to give some example why we are not able to solve. Starting from IIT itself, I was a student there and saw there was waterlogging problem, and people are keep on trying, could not able to solve. Last 3 years back, I took the challenge and could able to solve the problem. So from there, I could able to understand that assessment, observation is very, very important. If we don't have information, observations, then analysis. And earlier, what they were going directly modeling term. We are procuring models from developed nations and then implementing, and that was getting failed. Similar case was like solid waste management. Hahakar mach raha hai, right? Everywhere we are still unable to solve problem. We got the technology for Germany and invested maybe more than 300 crores. That got failed. So what that means? That means that we need to design indigenous technology. Water, whatever we want to research here, that technology may not work after 50 meters or 100 meters. So indigenous technology is required. That means good opportunity for the business. It has been said that if you invest minimum 1 to 8 rupees, your return is 8 rupees in water. Very good scope. So as one of the speakers said that the water that is going to come in capsule, right? So even with your basic knowledge, there is a good scope in this water field. So what way I am going to explain all those, like in the design of your this sewer water, right? The leakages that is taking place. Similarly, pipes also taking place, but no information is there. Water is coming out. No technology is there. Is a rocket science technology? Not at all. So there is a scope. So IoT based technology can be used. So those who are interested, those who want to make quick money, so try to come at IIT. We can teach you that technology. So quickly, it is possible to solve. It is possible to detect where the leakage is taking place, and quickly you can solve. So I was coming from out of IIT. I saw that these leakage is taking place from the drains. Last for many days. I don't know. Till now, that has not been solved. Why that not having detections? Quickly, those information that should reach, which is not yet happening. So that is IoT-based technology. That is very important. Second is they as keep on talking the sustainable. So this flooding is taking place. Good opportunity for some place, because I went the border, this Delhi border, and when I want to drink that water, I found that the water became saline, not fit for drinking. It's really shocked me. What need to be done? in that case, so definitely we can recharge, we can, as other speaker said, whatever the rainwater that is coming, we should have that water. Next question arises whether that water is pure, whether acid is there or not, whether that is mixing with emerging contaminants. Yes, that water that is mixing with emerging contaminants. So with regard to that, we have developed this permeable reactive barrier. So that technology can be used to capture this water and then can be recharged. Again, this recharge technology, it has been said that our as a design, right? IS code, same. Whatever here, this district, you can apply that district according to Moon. That is not valid at all. So you need to investigate. You need to check, you need to collect information, and then only would able to solve this problem, which is unfortunately, it is not happening. So similarly, another observation that has been observed, found that the erosion, more heavy downpour that is taking place, right? So climate change that is taking place. As a result, you might have heard that the Cherrapunji, where earlier heavy downpour was taking place, it is not happening. So climate change that is happening. So we need to design such a way, technology, which can accommodate these your climate change. What is climate change? Summer will be water, here might be raining, and just the 2 kilometers away, there will be no rainfall. So whatever the precipitation that would take place, we should be able to absorb that water, and that can be reused. Again, third, gray water technologies. That is not a rocket science technology. Technology already available. So basically is the mindset we have to change. So if we are able to change that mindset, that can be solved. That is everywhere that is possible to reuse your gray water. Already at IIT, we are using that. Whatever the gray water that is there, we are using for agricultural purposes. Similarly, we are using for gardening, we are using in the lawns. So that is possible. Already solutions are there. Next solution is in the cities. One of the observations that I could able to see that we are making concrete everywhere or layer, which is not sustainable. So for that, we need to have a proper design of roads that need to be redesigned. Whatever the roads that has been designed, that concept that need to be changed. So according to me, change is important. Like 2G earlier, it was there. Now 3G, 4G, right? Similarly, we need to change our technology. It's not that like 10 years back, what was working, that will work now, because emerging contaminants, new types of contaminants, heavy metals that are coming, water that is not available earlier, 2 to 3 meters water was there, but now it's maybe 50 meters, right? That is the scenario. Next, I would like to say that some possible technology which are already there, so that need to be integrated. What way that need to be integrated with the industries? So that's why I came here. So industries that need to be connected with academia, so which was not happening. Now slowly I could able to see last 3-4 years that has been started. So this is a very good initiative. So in Germany, it's always collaboration with the industries as per the requirement. So the scholars work in that area. So I believe that with time that would take place. And lastly, if you have any problem, then only you do come at IIT Delhi. One of the observations, 2 ways I could see the industrial people. One, एक आते हैं vetting sign करने, जो हम कभी नहीं करते. Just some faculty they used to do, just sign करो और ऐसे ले लो everything, which is yeah, that is old technology they used to bring, and just we have to sign. And second, when they used to get the problem. So now the mindset that need to be changed. We need to work in an integrated manners alone. That is not possible. Similarly, third is next is the watershed management. We have to really, there is a very good possibility that, right, we need to reconnect these watershed from each other, because this climate change is taking place. And I can see that Dr. Jitendra has gone over. So anyway, I believe there will be change and we will be able to solve. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Professor Chakma. Indeed, to said about industry-academia interface. This panel is all about industry-academia interface. We have two professors, the people from academia, we have people from industry. What better scenario than that? Thank you very much. Now, I'd like to invite Brigadier Yogesh Kapoor, BSM retired, Director General, Water Management and Plumbing Skill Council, for his dedication.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to be a little melodramatic. I don't know how many of you read this or heard this news on the BBC. It said, destiny has finally pulled the trigger. Cape Town, the capital of South Africa, has been declared the worst drought city. The president there on 14th of April, just 13 days ago, declared a state of emergency and drought disaster at Cape Town. It's the worst water shortage in 113 years. The provincial leader said that the water will be harvested by drilling boreholes to serve key point like hospitals in Cape Town. She also announced plans to use mobile desalination plants and tap the natural aquifer under the Cape Town Stable Mountain. Residents have been advised and urged to use no more than 100 liters of water per day. The tragic journey of the world has begun. Are we to wait or proactively procrastinate the malady? The purpose, I believe, in large measure for the conclave of the day. And thank you, Dr. Jitendra and PCD CCI for extending the invite to me to view my opinion on this particular stellar topic. I don't know how many of you have heard of the doomsday clock. Anybody? Well, it is referred to as in the nuclear disaster environment. And the closest that the world has come to a doomsday is 1.5 minutes to midnight. When two nuclear nations go to war, that is the time the world takes stock. Is it time for us in India to also have a doomsday clock for the water adversity that we have been faced with? I represent an organization which is referred to as the Water Management and Plumbing Skill Council. It is the apex sector skill council for the water management and plumbing industry, operating under the aegis of the National Skill Development Corporation, an initiative of the Government of India under the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. The aim being to transform India as a hub of skilled manpower as envisioned by our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. We are a not-for-profit organization that acts as an accreditation and certifying body by the National Council of Vocational Education Training, NCVET. We are an awarding body and we align to the National Education Policy 2020 and the National Credit Framework. So any skilling pan-India that we do accrues credit points to whoever we train. So a 6th or a 7th class school dropout through his experiential learning can bags the credit points and be equated to a PhD for the level of his expertise if he's put in those many years. So that's the skill ecosystem that we operate on. We also develop national occupational standards and qualification packs in the water management and plumbing sector, which are aligned with the National Skill Qualification Framework. We are recognized by the MSD towards aligning with the National Credit Framework that I just mentioned. We've been actually given a whole kaleidoscope of where we are as far as the water scenario is concerned. So I'll skip all that. I'll come to the topic of this panel discussion. New age technologies are playing a significant role in steering water sustainability. These technologies are making it possible to conserve, manage, and recycle water resources effectively. The Government of India has instituted multiple programs and policies to improve access to safe drinking water, enunciating advocacy separately for both urban and rural India. In the first session, actually, we had the director from the Jal Shakti Ministry espouse the aspect of rural India and technology that is used there. Now, there is a pivotal shift, and you've got to actually identify what are the drivers for this change. The water sector is changing vibrantly is a given. The macro forces driving these changes create opportunities for solutions both technologically and systemically. The challenge is in trying to understand in what is likely to change, within what time frame, and who the beneficiaries would be. The beneficiaries who adapt are the winners. The ones who lose out will have missed the bus. Clarton Christensen, the author of The Innovator's Dilemma, looked at the change through the prism of theories. It was very easy, and the Padma Shri also alluded to this, very easy and beneficial to get back to history. But which way the future will portend is very difficult, and therefore modeling techniques exist, theories exist to actually. So the first point is to understand the pain points. It would be prudent to analyze the drivers for change. There is an organization which is referred to as the Blue Technology Research, which maps and analyzes the water technology innovation landscape. It has identified 9 macro level drivers for change and how these impact water. These are water scarcity, urbanization, population growth, regulations, resource scarcity, aging infrastructure, energy, the food and water nexus, and of course, climate change. These macro drivers put mounting pressure on water resources and existing water systems. They, in fact, influence the themes in the water sector. We've got to identify disruptive technologies and competitive landscape. Disruptive innovation is defined as an innovation that has the potential to change the current paradigm. Technologies can be classified as being low, moderate, and high disruptivity. Low disruptivity being a technology innovation that delivers less than 20% improvement or efficiency gain compared to an existing technology. A historical analysis of the water sector indicates that it takes 10 to 12 years on an average for technology to move from being piloted and demonstrated by innovators to use by early adopters to acceptance by majority of the water utility market. Simultaneously, existing conventional technologies also undergo continual improvement. Juxtaposing the training and skilling required for the technology absorption with the mindset change is what we do, and you have a recipe. The technology life cycle measures the status of technology maturity or its adoption in the marketplace following an S-curve. The IFCO speaker actually showed you the S-curve as well. Technology moves from R&D through ascent phase to maturity before it begins to actually plateau. The relative slowness of the water sector on the adoption curve is on account of acceptance criteria. Incidentally, in water, and we've been speaking about it since morning, it's a life-sustaining paradigm. Commercial factors do not drive innovation in the sector. It is driven and dictated by necessity. Now, there are 4 or 5 aspects that have been listed out for this panel, which is sustainable management of water. And I'm not going to spell out, I'm just going to list out rainwater harvesting, water conservation, for example, low flow toilets, faucets, repairing leaks, the professor spoke about, reducing water waste in both agriculture and industry. Incidentally, the third pillar which uses water maximum is the domestic market. Reuse and recycling, technology adoption, whether it is for IoT sensors, big data analytics, cloud-based water management systems to monitor and optimize water use, distribution, detection of leaks, and therefore reduce water. Incidentally, if you've been studying the horizon of technology, you're into 6G already. From cloud, you come down to edge computing. You come on to biomimicry. You're going back to nature to actually ape what they do for water conservation techniques. Community participation. The Jal Jeevan Mission has undertaken pivotal initiatives in the rural areas by establishing the village water samitis, and we are involved with them in a very big way. Policy and regulation as part of the government. Then innovative water technologies, whether it is smart water meters, water purification technologies, IoT sensors and big data analytics, cloud computing, renewable energy, membrane filtration technologies, whether it is nanofiltration or reverse osmosis, solar powered water pumps, decentralized water treatment systems, such as constructed wetlands and biodigesters are being used in India to treat wastewater locally. Mobile water treatment units. You've got the example of Tata Trust and Piramal Sarabjal. They are shiny examples. You have the water ATMs, solar powered desalination. You have the grey water treatment and reuse, floating solar panels. And this is interesting. The technology is being used and implemented in several locations in India, including at the Banasura Sagar Dam in Kerala and the Kayakulam Reservoir in Tamil Nadu. This is also reducing the water evaporation rate. Now, you know, I belong to the army after having served there for 40 years, and I'm in my second career here to give back to society. And I belong to from the cavalry where we actually went to fight wars in tanks. When we were operating in the deserts, the ambient temperature was 55 degrees, but the temperature inside the tank was 75 degrees. You do not have air conditioning system in India, and therefore on purpose. It's not that we can't afford it. Imagine the kind of perspiring that takes place there. And water is always at a premium, and we are trained for that in war. The tool boxes on either side of the thing, they are being removed and fitted and filled with water. We had an American company in 89 and 90 which came to India and said that we will capture your moisture inside, your perspiration, treat it and convert it into drinking water. We are talking of 89, 90. That is the kind of survival in war that is expected of your fighting army. Anyway, so the atmospheric water generation, the technology that extract water from the atmosphere using condensation or humidity harvesting techniques is very much a reality. The digital water solutions, whether we are talking of smart metering, the buzzword today is smart cities, and therefore smart metering is a necessity. Water quality monitoring, cloud-based, there are a whole lot of gamut, and I'm not going to be touching it. I will come to the last 1 minute of my presentation, and which is the artificial intelligence in water management. Although it is rapidly evolving as far as technology is concerned, it also has the potential to transform water management in India by providing insights and recommendations that can improve efficiency, reliability, sustainability of water supply and management system. And we all know the flip side of artificial intelligence, and we've got to guard against it. The challenges associated for data availability, piracy concern, and of course, skilled manpower to develop the algorithms for AI, lest the AI go rogue. Where does Water Management and Plumbing Skill Council come into this entire picture that I spelled out? Given our charter, we are the national instrument that converts aspirations to cogent manifestation. Making India into the skill capital of the world is being realized through Water Management and Plumbing Skill Council for water-based skilling. Whilst we may not yet encapsulate the entire gamut of technology-based solution, our training curriculums provide for utilization of AI tools to make India future ready. We prepare the Indian workforce in future skills, infusing requisite technological intervention in consonance with Industry 4.0. We also develop the requisite capacities in the TVET space. We align the new education policy with the National Credit Framework. We create an occupational map so that anybody who undergoes the skilling, which is at the national level, has a well-defined career path as per his aspirations. We also aggregate domestic and international demand for industry, aligning the required workforce. We've gone back to the schools for class 6 to 8. As per the new education policy, we've launched Main Bhi Jal Rakshak. The awareness at school level is as important as the technology being provided for the utilizers at domestic and industry level. So we've developed some Curriculums like net zero liquid discharge, automated detection of pipe burst, AI-based asset condition assessment of sewers, water quality modeling, pipe system designing using water gems, rainwater harvesting, groundwater recharge, water quality testing expert. And I'll conclude by saying that the sustainable and efficient management of water resources, water security, and socio-economic development are nested. That's a given. Just as the importance of skilling and upskilling for economic growth, social development, and global competitiveness. The evolving and emerging landscape, despite the changing nature of work and technology disruption, prompts one to be adaptive and flexible. The approach will have to be one of planning, patience, and perseverance. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Brigadier Kapoor, for a very, very motivating address. In fact, the plumbing skill concepts are playing a very, very important role, particularly as we said, like, but with a lot of leakages and a lot of transmission losses also. So I'm sure that the workforce that you're training will definitely going to do a lot of work in this space. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to know Dr. Nupur Bahadur. Dr. Nupur Bahadur is the Associate Director, Environment and Waste Management at TED.
I hope my presentation is ready. Yeah. So good afternoon and thank you PhD Chamber for Commerce and Industries for having me here. And it's my great pleasure and certainly being the last speaker of the last session and standing just between the lunch, I'll be very quick, but I'm really very happy to share the innovation, and I'm the second speaker after the IFCO speaker talking about nanotechnology. So with the very brief, the work which I'm going to present, I'll be very fast because of the various things. And I'm talking about TERI Advanced Oxidation Technology called TEDOX, which is a trademark name for treating wastewater, both industrial and municipal sewage, achieving zero liquid discharge and enhanced water reuse. So we have I'm heading these two centers. So one is the TEDOX Technology Center for Reuse and the other is the NMCG TERI Center of Excellence on Water Reuse. So the flow of presentation will be primarily the three parts, and I'll be quickly covering the technology first, then welcoming you in the participation of the Center of Excellence, and third is the business opportunity because we are standing in the PhD CCI. So first is what you see is the mission and vision of our center is particularly we want to help in the achieve the national missions. We want to work in the national missions, and the mission is whole idea is about help industries achieve zero liquid discharge, which is a mandatory compliance by CPCB, but somehow industry is not able to achieve it for various reasons. So probably it is not affordable, it is not sustainable. So how if we can help industries in making it more sustainable and affordable, and then working with utilities in achieving the goals. And the ultimate, our target industry are the most difficult areas. We have chosen the red category industries, which are difficult to treat their wastewater. And ultimately our target pollutants are the streams, which is having the issues of high color, high CODs, the chemical oxygen demand. These are the real issues which industry is not able to solve. And ultimately when we are able to achieve zero liquid discharge, the ME condensates have the problem of color simply because the low boilers comes into the condensate. So the problem is not being solved. So this is one slide which shows you the problem with the industrial wastewater. What you see here is that we use a lot of chemicals and large amount of chemicals which lead to large amount of sludge, and management disposal is another issue. Then we rely heavily on biological treatment systems, but for industrial effluents having variation in pH or variation in the composition, these systems cannot bear the shock loads. So we have to see how we can manage. And what you see is the orange color water, which is coming from sample 1A, which means this is inadequately treated water. So MSME sector doesn't have a choice than to release this water into drains and through to rivers. And then the larger industries who can afford tertiary treatment you can see that this orange feed goes as a feed for RO. RO has a number of rejects and associated problem of biofouling, biochoking of these membranes, which increases the cost of treatment. Are you getting? Where lies the problem? Why ZLD is unachievable? Because the cost of treatment is so high. Then problem is not solved there. RO reject goes to multi-effect evaporator. It also has its number of cycles. It also has its reject, which goes for further drying, which means in all this one slide, what you see here is we are converting the pollutant from one form to another, not solving the problem. That is one scenario. And if you see a second scenario, in case of this orange color water, if we can have that completely decolorized water where 90% COD is reduced, let's say, if that goes as a feed for RO, just imagine the overall load on tertiary can be reduced. This is our intervention. Or if we can have this decolorization before biological treatment, just imagine the whole wastewater treatment can become highly sustainable and affordable. Second is the key driver of our work is what you see as rapid urbanization taking place, and for various reasons the STPs are not functional for whatever reason. So if we can have decentralized treatment systems for micro STPs, smaller systems, we would not be able to face such problems what we see in urban areas everywhere in the country. And the third key driver of our work and platform is that these national policies, these national missions have very stringent norms for achieving, let's say, COD less than 30, BOD less than 5. But how can we achieve sustainably? So these are the key drivers. If we can enhance water reuse by adequate treatment, and we can conserve on fresh water sources for potable use, and we can adequately treat industrial wastewater or municipal sewage for high-end application, we can conserve sufficiently for potable reuse. So this is the slide showing you about the technology, and on the bottom center corner, what you see is the science. And as my previous speaker talked about nanotechnology, here is another application in front of you. Here, these are nanomaterials which are light sensitive. So this is technology is called photocatalysis, which means these nanomaterials, powdered materials, they act as photocatalysts. When in water, in suspension form, you don't require anything. They are in water, UV light is provided. Having air in the system, they are UV light activated and they generate these hydroxyl radicals, which actually are the oxidants, and they break the pollutants into smaller molecules and ultimately mineralizes it. So this is the problem which we are solving of the real pollutants. And this simple principle, simple science is adopted for the first time in real wastewater treatment. And what you see is a process flow diagram where we have utilized this science in the secondary treatment, and we get TEDx treated water. And this is developed through DST Water Mission funded program. Now, the benefits are that such a technology, nanotechnology, hydroxyl radicals generated through such a technology are 10⁹ times faster than those generated through chemical methods, which means not only we are making system efficient, fast, we are also reducing the use of chemicals dramatically, substantially, and complete mineralization is possible. And the practical application is that effluent, they are able to bear the shock loads, and you don't require any disinfection or any other thing after this because UV is already there. So with these benefits, I'm coming to the successful case studies. And what you see on the slides coming, I'll be a little fast because time I have to take care. And what you see is the different sectors and different geographies of the country on which we have tested this technology. So, and the whole idea of our work is we have studied that, for example, you see here is the textile CETP, and it is a direct treatment of this technology from the equalization tank. So in 5 hours, you are getting complete decolorization of a wastewater in a CETP. And now this TEDx treated water where BOD has increased, which means color has gone, toxicity has gone, biodegradability has improved. Now this water with additional 6 to 8 hours of aeration, which means reducing time of treatment from 24 hours to 14 hours in all, and high water quality can be reused. In case of tannery, we can have this technology at a post-biological stage. So as per the requirement, we can have it in different sectors: slaughterhouse, pharmaceutical. What you see here is individual textile units. Textilox is just sufficient. Petrochemical, oil and gas, and chemical manufacturing. All these are different sectors which we have tried and tested our technology. And what you see here is we can have it at a polishing of the ME condensates. So this way, this technology can be it's a retrofittable integrated solution in the existing systems. We went with all this work to municipal Delhi Jal Board, and we were given 2 sites, Rithala and Keshupur. And what you see, this is the innovation which is required today. And what you see here on the left side is the STP inlet and outlet through conventional technologies. So with our technology, what we can do, we can either polish the treated water or we can directly treat the inlet, which means we are not just saving tremendous time, we are completely able to bypass any kind of biological treatments. And saving time means we are saving also on the land footprint, the requirement. Saving time means saving resources, money, everything. And with this innovation, you can see that on top right is the water quality, COD less than 30, BOD less than 5. What else we need in Swachh Bharat SBM 2.0 and such kind of, with all these tangible and intangible benefits, you can provide this kind of high quality water to builders, to malls, to housing societies for various high-end applications, and we can conserve on water. And another aspect which we are working on is the micropollutants, where country doesn't have standards, where we are working very closely with our work and coming soon with the standards. So with this, the benefit of the technology is truly a clean and green technology, less use of chemicals, meeting all the discharge norm, reuse norms, high efficiency in terms of time, results you have seen, modular, retrofittable, integrated solution in the existing systems. Same technology having so many wide applications, and the impact which has been created is that Ministry of Science and Technology has taken it. Our results are published on DST website. This is the first plant which we had in our, and what you see on the top right is the mixed sewage of our Terry Gurgaon campus we are treating. The benefit you can see in total 5 hours, we are treating mixed sewage, no gray water or black water segregation. We are treating combined effluent from all the research labs, toilets, hostel, canteens, which means a heterogeneous stream, and you can see the water quality. And the work is directly coming from the Deputy CM office. He himself visited this plant, and HSPCB made a statement in Times of India about the technology. This is the second plant, 20 KLD plant, which is last month inaugurated by DG NMCG. It is, our technology has been chosen under Namami Gange program for river cleaning. And you can see the results, just 2-stage TEDx, and CETP textile effluent is being treated in front of you. Then we, as a Terry, we work on our research leading to policy interventions. So this is what we do. We organize OTCB training and online or offline now, training and capacity building programs. So I invite participation in these, and we have research, PhD, joint PhD programs. So this is the work, high impact publications from our platform. These are some, this is the most successful collaboration under Namami Gange program. Ministry of Jal Shakti has sanctioned a National Center of Excellence on Water Reuse, which I am heading. And then these, I'm also thankful to Office of Principal Scientific Advisor, Government of India, for choosing this technology. And these are some awards and recognitions. We recently won FICCI Water Award. And these are our clients for which we have worked, and we have testimonials from them. And very recently now we are open for technology licensing, and we are ready for commercialization of technology. And last, just two slides on these. So Center of Excellence is all about, it's a technology forum, I would say, where all the partners are invited, and you can see the stakeholders, all of us, each one of us sitting in this conference hall are a stakeholder, relevant stakeholder to be part of the Center of Excellence, where industries, students, researchers, consultants can be part of the consortia, and together we can work. Your services product catalogs can be there, and we can work on pilots and successful technology demonstrations. And these are the objectives of the center, and the partnerships involve primarily the four categories: the government involves the state governments, ULBs, ministries, embassies. Then we have industry partnerships in a big way. Then we have philanthropists, NGOs, think tanks with us. And fourth is the academia and the knowledge partnership, which we invite. And these are the benefits and the membership engagement we can have in different ways. And last part of my presentation is I really invite industries working in the area of wastewater treatment, water reuse business to adopt technology, and together we can implement it in various programs for the benefit of the nation. And these are different streams where we can work together in joint R&D, policy, knowledge sharing, consultancy projects, business and commerce. And we have this addressable market, huge market, and these are the revenue streams on which we can work. And this is the acknowledgement to all the partners, supporters, and our funders for having this platform. And thank you. And as everyone has said, so this is my quote, or this is from Henry Ford, which I believe that coming together is a beginning, keeping together is a progress, and let's work together for success. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. In fact, you very well encapsulated the last working together is the progress, and that's what we are striving for. Thank you very much. I'll request, we have in fact a code on the screen also. If you can just scan this code, just take 1 more minute, and you can put your sort of idea, like what is your code or what is your say particularly for enriching or making some sort of strides in water conservation and management. Can we have this slide, please? You have to just scan the code through your camera. Immediately the Google form will come, and please write 1 or 2 liners, whatever comes in your mind immediately. If there's any difficulty, you can take scan from this printout also. So you can download this Google form, and probably maybe like after the lunch time, you can put 1 or 2 comments. And I request my colleague to kindly bring the memento on the dais, a small felicitation from the chamber.
So actually,